give me 30 seconds.
I gotta go take care of something else.
Are you able to hear me at all? Mic check. One. I'm out.
Oh, yeah. Right there. So move that over a little bit to where you can see the, move that box over. Yeah. So that's what's coming in. You see how, like, high it is? Yeah. So move that over to that top. Yeah.
Is it easy right there?
Yeah.
Are you guys sending audio to that?
Mic check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, two, three, four. 1, 2. Mm-hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I don't know. Any luck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We're good? All righty. All right. My volume was extremely loud. I've turned my end down, just so you know. Alrighty. Yeah, this is about this volume I'll be for the most of the night right here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, 20, 42. Watch him as he goes. There goes my hero. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. All right. All right. Hello to the folks on YouTube. Jared and I with you. We will be firing everything up in 10 seconds. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and do it now. On radio and be on air in 45 seconds. Here we go, Jared.
Check 1, 2.
Yep, gotcha. Coming to you live, finally, from Marquette Stadium, McCracken County High School. The playoffs kick back off tonight as McCracken County hosts the Apollo Eagles. McCracken County once again beginning the playoffs at home as they have done each and every season. Tonight, the Eagles come to town, and Apollo quite talented. It will not be an easy test in the least. We will talk about it for the next hour here on the Buffalo Wild Wings pregame show, getting you set for kickoff slated at 7 o'clock tonight. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Eric Chumbler. Joining me, as always, it is Jared Adams. And Jared, we're here to the playoffs, and there have been several moments this season we felt like maybe the season was completely in the balance as we played Henderson County. And then, of course, we didn't know what was going to happen. I was not able to make it for Henderson County, but expected to be with you the following week against Hopkinsville. That game fell through. Expected to be with you against Paducah Tillman. That game fell through. Expected to be with you for the season finale against Graves County. Also fell through. And then the playoffs were pushed back a week, so there's the fourth week we were not going to be with you. And finally, we're here tonight against the Eagles.
Yeah, it seems like it's been forever ago that we played our last football game. And so the big question tonight that is on everyone's mind is how can we handle this layoff? Tough for any team. Apollo Eagles have not been off as long as we have. They actually played the second to last game of the season. And so, they've had more football under their belt than we do, and that would be a great storyline as this first round of the playoff comes to a head.
And you're not lying when you talk about the layoff. This has been a little bit hush-hush, I guess you could say, but we can now officially talk about it as we are an hour from kickoff. McCracken County has been under quarantine the last 2 weeks as there was a positive case in the team 2 weeks ago yesterday, or 2 days ago, I'm sorry. And so that put McCracken County on quarantine for 2 weeks, which means you cannot practice, can't be around each other. For the safety is quarantine from COVID-19. And so the Mustangs not only have not played in a full month, they've not practiced just once the last 2 weeks, and that was yesterday. And so you are dealing with a McCracken County football team that's been on the field together once the last 2 weeks.
But what a tough task. Coach Clark kind of outlined what they were doing during quarantine, doing Zoom meetings and having the kids, check in with them and give them instructions. But you just can't duplicate practice, and you can't prepare like you can on the field. You can't prepare like that virtually. Just like, teaching, you can't. I mean, I'm not as good a teacher virtually as I am in person, and so that's going to play a big role tonight. Not only have we not played in 4 months, we haven't practiced in 2 weeks, except for yesterday, which I'm sure was quite an interesting practice as they tried to cram for the test.
So 4-hour practice, and Coach Clark was in good spirits about it, but it is a grain of salt because not only are you not in sync together, not only is it like not having game conditions for a month, chances are you're out of shape.
Yep.
These kids are very much in love with the game of football, but they're also high school kids too, and having to be under quarantine, you're relaxing a lot, not doing as much as you normally do. And game condition, probably not as well as when we played Henderson County a month ago. So you're going to be dealing with windedness tonight, fatigue.
Yeah.
Hopefully no injuries, but that's a possibility. So there's a lot McCracken County's plate tonight on top of not having been around each other, making sure you stay healthy, making sure you don't tire out, and playing 4 quarters of football.
You know, this was always a possibility this season. Everyone knew that going in. This was going to be a test of, you know, kind of who can make it like a marathon race. You know, it's not necessarily in all situations just how, you know, talented you are, it's how prepared you are as well. And the reality is there's going to be some deficiencies on McCracken County's side, you know, like it or not, you know, because of the situations. And can they overcome those deficiencies? Can they get back into shape? Can they not let adrenaline run them, you know, take over, and then when that runs out, they feel, you know, feeling winded and all those things. So a lot of different things for, you know, 15 to 18-year-olds to have to handle tonight, and very interesting to see how they do that. Coach Clark's got a job on his hands just trying to steer the ship, you know, when everyone hasn't been on board just because they haven't been here. So this is a very common thing this year, but for McCracken County, you know, this is a storm we got to weather, and how we do that tonight will determine whether or not we play next week.
And on top of all of that, you're playing an Apollo Eagle Ball Club that is very talented. You witnessed what they were able to do here at Marquette Stadium a month and a half ago, almost 2 months ago, as they had McCracken County wire to wire all the way to the fourth quarter when the Mustangs flexed their muscles a little bit in the fourth quarter and ran away with it. But Apollo was within striking distance most of that ball game. Now you throw in, they're on a 3-game winning streak. They figured a lot of things out, both sides of the football. A nice win over Owensboro Catholic, convincing over Marshall County. Several other wins under their belt. They have a winning record for the first time in a while going into the playoffs. Apollo is as high on a program as they felt about themselves in quite a while.
Yeah, when you look at statistics, we're better in almost every category, but that's why we play the game of football. You talk about momentum. You're talking about getting into a groove. You're talking about improvement over the course of the year. They're on a 3-game winning streak. They've played and been able to practice this entire time. So, you know, they have a lot of things going for them. They're also well coached and have improved every game. And so it's so hard to. I mean, they almost beat Henderson. If I'm not mistaken, they were leading Henderson in the fourth quarter and lost 14-19, I believe. And so it's just. You know, and they've really played some teams tough. They beat Davis County, their rival, and so it's one of those things that we really got to respect the fact that Apollo is a talented ball club. Gave us fits at times, especially in that first half. Damian Levinsky getting loose and Harold Hogg, you know, and then he actually, I think, Levinsky, the first meeting, he passed for more yards than we passed for, and you know, and that's not necessarily his game. So he was able to hurt us through the air. There's a lot of aspects to this game that it's not just cut and dry. It's not just, hey, we have a better record and we've scored more points than you, and so we win. It's not it. There's a lot going on here tonight. So that's what's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. A little bit of complication, I think, makes this game even more of a matchup to watch.
All that to say that if you are expecting McCracken County blowout victory tonight, maybe you need to change your outlook on this game a little bit. Not saying that's impossible from happening, but it's going to be a tall task any night against this Apollo Eagle Ball Club, but especially when you are on as long of a break as McCracken County has had, not with playing a game in a month, one practice in the last 2 weeks. You're asking a lot of this ball club to do that feat. Just get a win, maybe. And that was the title of his scouting report in the words of Al Davis of the then Oakland Raiders, Los Angeles Raiders for a time period, now the Las Vegas Raiders. Just win, baby.
Yeah, I mean, we don't care how we win. We don't care if it's ugly. We don't care if it's barely. You know, that doesn't matter. You know, the pretty wins are out the window. No one cares because the loser doesn't just have to, you know, brush off, lick their wounds and try again next week. They're done. So just get a win is a great message.
That is the overview tonight. McCracken County and the Eagles of Apollo. This is the Buffalo Wild Wings pregame show, and the folks at Buffalo Wild Wings would like to remind you they are open. They are just doing takeout only, as is the dining in most of Kentucky. So they invite you tonight to give them a call and try their takeout services as they do a wonderful job. We were there Wednesday night. The mood overall quite somber there, understandably, but they are also optimistic about the challenge ahead of them for the next few weeks of takeout. So we invite you to call them and all of our dining establishments here in Western Kentucky to try to support them through this difficult time, but especially Buffalo Wild Wings in Paducah. Appetizers, entrees, desserts, and everything else. They've got it for you. Buffalo Wild Wings in Paducah. Alongside Jared Adams, I'm Eric Chumbler, high atop Marquette Stadium, getting you set for McCracken County and Apollo as we count you down to kickoff. We're about 50 minutes away when we come back. The superintendent of McCracken County Schools, Mr. Steve Carter, not a lot on his plate of late, and we'll talk about that all when we return on the Buffalo Wild Wings pregame show, 99.5 The Fan. Five seconds. Back here in the Baird broadcast booth, high atop Marquette Stadium, getting you set for McCracken County and Apollo in the first round of the Class 6A playoffs. Whether you're rolling over your 401k, opening an IRA, or just want to open an investment account, maybe just looking for advice, call the folks at Baird, the Hausman Financial Group, 270-450-9900. As we are back here at Marquette Stadium on a gorgeous night outside, I'd like to remind you, not only are we on 99.5 The Fan tonight, we are on YouTube. As you can go search for the McCracken Media YouTube page, and you will be able to see the McCracken versus Apollo game is up with our pregame show on at the moment. 21 watching at the moment on YouTube as I take a look over there And so hello to everyone listening on YouTube. You can let us know you're listening. You can text me on the Cellular Connection text hotline at 270-557-8223. That is 270-557-8223. And one last time, 270-557-8223. Text us your name and that you're listening, and we will shout you out. Brought to you by the Cellular Connection in Paducah. We will also have a giveaway in the third quarter for some airtime earbuds. Not Apple AirPods. We'll do that if the Mustangs win next week. But this week it is some airtime earbuds, which are very high-quality earbuds as well. And we're going to have a giveaway in the third quarter. Between the third and fourth quarter, I should say. We're going to stay here during the commercial break, and we will have a trivia question to have for the airtime earbuds, and that will be from the Cellular Connection, Lone Oak Road, next to Seaplant Federal Credit Union in Paducah. Well, it is a crazy time to be in the education world. It is a crazy time to be a superintendent, and nobody can vouch for that more than the superintendent at McCracken County Schools, Mr. Steve Carter. Mr. Carter, good evening to you. And, well, I guess it's kind of been a relaxing couple months. Whoops. There you go.
All right, there you go. Well, that's kind of how 2020's been.
That's right.
Always a bump somewhere. But,
That's right.
I can always appreciate a little sarcasm saying it's been a smooth couple months. Dealing with a global pandemic.
That's
and,
right.
And trying to serve kids in your community. But what I will say is there's not a better community to take on that challenge than McCracken County. And, we're blessed to have, the support of the families and the community, to get through this. And, it's for that reason we were able to actually be one of the first 15% of schools to come back in person when we did. We were able to get about 3 weeks of full in-person, but, before our numbers really kind of took off in the community. And, keeping track of those and working with our local health department, wanting to do everything we can to one, slow the spread, and two, for me and our staff, more importantly, get our kids back, as much as possible in person. And again, the governor gave an executive order, the other day that will be closed in person for middle school and high school at least until January 4th. Elementary schools, we may try to get them back on hybrid if our county gets out of that red 7-day incident rate, which is going to be a challenge.
It is.
Because I didn't look at today's rate, but I know yesterday we were at 83.4.
Yeah. And had 90 cases alone yesterday.
Yes. Yeah. And to be out of the red, you got to be below 25. Yeah. So, like a lot of averages, it's tougher to get it to the point that you want than the opposite direction. So, but with that being said, there's been a standard of excellence in McCracken County, and even through the pandemic, there's been several students who have earned scholarships and accolades, and I will kind of take a little bit of time, and if I can, just talk about some.
Absolutely.
Of them. MCHS senior Molly Thomas, she has officially signed with Trine University to play soccer and major in engineering. Maggie Ite of the high school, she is signed with the University of Kentucky for track and field and cross country, and she actually got a Heisman High School scholarship for the state of Kentucky as well. And again, just accolades going on. Josh Tucker just signed to play baseball for Kentucky Wesleyan College. I had a short stint there, played football for a year there, so I could speak to the challenge and the rigor of that university. Senior Emma Shell, she is signed with Wabash Valley College to play soccer. Our JV academic team, the Saturday after we first went virtual, they competed in the state JV challenge, and they took first place as a team and had several individual winners. MCHS Ava Shoup, she's a senior. She had earned this is really pretty neat recognition right here. She got an international recognition for her story and her writing abilities for the author of R.L. Stein's 2020 My Scariest Monster Writing Contest.
That's cool.
And for her to win an international recognition for that. MCHS senior Adeline Edwards, she has signed her letter of intent to play golf for Wren Lake. And we've had several students score at least a 36, which is a perfect score on one or more sections of the ACT, and that includes Jada Harris, Ben Schofield, Jonathan Strachan, and Laura Walker. So, for those students, and all of this is going on in the midst of our pandemic. Carly Myhand, an 8th grader at Reedland Middle School, she won first place in the Veterans Day poster and essay contest that's hosted by the Paducah Parks Department and Daughters of the American Revolution. And then, congratulations to our staff as well. Henry and Lone Oak counselor Allie Shear received the 2020 Kentucky Counseling Association Outstanding School Counselor Award. And not to mention our volleyball team.
That's right.
Competed in the final 8 of the state volleyball competition. So, even with everything that's going on, we still have a lot of activities that we're trying to provide for our students, both extra and co-curricular. And it is a challenge. It's going to take all of us working together. But we're in the business of providing for kids to the best of our ability, and it's going to be a community approach as we continue through the winter months.
That's the main thing. It will be just getting through day by day at each facility with each student of McCracken County Schools and making sure that everyone is set up for success as McCracken County Schools does every day, has for years and years and years, and will continue to. But pandemic, like with any school, is trying to make a little bit of a headache.
Yeah, and we've talked about our location in the state and in the nation. Kind of being in the heartland. Sometimes it takes things a little bit longer to get to us. Unfortunately, this is a negative that took longer to get to us. But it's not just us. Of the 120 counties in the state of Kentucky, 112 are in the red. So again, this is something that's alarming. And no matter what somebody's belief is on the severity of it, the bottom line is it's real, it's contagious, and we've got to do our part. We're getting good news as far as there's a couple of medical companies, biochemicals, that they're talking about they've got a vaccine. However, we got to find out how long it's going to take to mass produce and get that out. So in the meantime, we got to mask up, wash our hands, social distance, and just kind of be aware of our surroundings.
That's right. And no better way to look at it than that right there. Is a lot going on inside McCracken County Schools, even in the midst of a 100-year pandemic. As Thanksgiving's coming up, I know you are wishing all of Mustang Nation a happy Thanksgiving, and be safe as always.
Yes, and again, that's kind of one of those things that I always look forward to, is a little turkey and dressing. And but again, as the holiday seasons get here, I've said this, and a lot of people say this, we're tired of COVID, but unfortunately, COVID doesn't seem to be getting as tired as we are. But again, we hope everybody has a wonderful Thanksgiving break, and everybody's safe. And the plan is next Friday night for you and I to have another conversation. But we've got a challenge ahead of us. So I'm excited to see how our kids respond. They should be fresh-legged.
Yeah.
But the execution and timing and penalties is going to be what happens with this type of break. So it's going to be interesting.
It will be. And like you said, hopefully the Mustangs able to get a win tonight against Apollo. If they do, high chances of a rematch against the Colonels of Henderson County in their backyard. And it should be another fun one between the Colonels and the Mustangs if both teams win here tonight.
Yeah, and I think, for our game, given, the break that our kids have had, not just in with, getting back from quarantine.
Right.
Just the game break, and those game transitions.
4 weeks.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine it's been that long. But some of those transition plays that I talk about between offense and defense, special teams, not burning timeouts. Because somebody's not aware of those type of things. And it's going to be about turnovers, really. And I think a third down execution, which is something that when you have breaks, you kind of lose the routine and rhythm that may be necessary. But, again, the good thing for us is we do have a lot of seniors. And the other thing is I think our kids truly understand how fortunate they are to have gotten as much of a season as they have. and that they get an opportunity tonight. And I really think they're hungry. And if nothing else, they're going to come out and give everything they've got for the fans that are going to be able to be here tonight.
Couldn't agree more, and couldn't agree any more with what you've been saying about McCracken County Schools and getting through this pandemic safely. It's always wonderful to hear from you. We appreciate your message of positivity in this tough time as well. It is wonderful to hear and excited to get through this and become Mustang Nation even stronger than we are.
That's right. So, hey, for you, have a happy Thanksgiving. And as always, stay McCracken proud.
That's right. Appreciate it, partner.
Thanks, sir.
All right. That is Mr. Steve Carter, Superintendent of McCracken County Schools, and his thoughts of everything going on inside McCracken County Schools here tonight. When we come back, we will take a look at the matchup with the head coach of the Mustangs, Coach Mark Clark, all when we return on the Buffalo Wild Wings pregame show, 99.5 The Fan. For those on YouTube, we're going to take a quick timeout. So it'll be dead air for just a little bit, and we'll come back with Coach Mark Clark. Back here, the Buffalo Wild Wings pregame show, 99.5 The Fan. Back here, the Buffalo Wild Wings pregame show, 99.5 The Fan and 99.5thefanpaducah.com. Back to football after a month-long break for the McCracken County Mustangs as McCracken gets Apollo later tonight. And, Coach, looking at the matchup overall, who cares? You're back playing football.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's just another opportunity to compete. I know that our kids are excited and our coaches are excited. We're just like I said, it's been a long time, and as of right now, we're kicking this thing off at 7 o'clock, and so, we're just excited to get out there.
You and I were talking off air. It is kind of a season across the state where you're kind of just thankful for various things in life, and right now you're just thankful for football. And so that doesn't change the fact you really want to win tonight, but I know you have things in perspective as well, that this is a group that hasn't played against an opponent in a month, hasn't practiced in a couple of weeks, and so you're really not quite sure what to expect tonight, but you're just happy to be out there.
Yeah, we're going to roll it out there. The prep we did get was solid, and we've at the same time they've prepared, for a couple weeks now for us, and so we just got to go out there and we got to put our best foot forward. We can't shoot ourselves in the foot, and but at the end of the day, these kids get an opportunity to play another game at Marquette Stadium, and we're just excited about that opportunity.
Apollo's a very talented ball club and very well-coached ball club. As you were able to watch what they were able to do at the end of the year, had some quality wins as they were closing out their season, including the win over Davis County, which set them up for their matchup with us. But a couple of players that really can hurt you on any given day are Levinsky and Patterson, and I know you are going to have an eye on them at all times of the evening.
Yeah, I think for, defensively, that's been a point of emphasis. We can't let, now they may beat us, but it's not going to be for a lack of trying. And so we got to make sure that we're squared away in that. We can't let them get on the edge. We can't have assignment bust up front where we gap out or anything like that. We've got to make sure that we keep lane integrity. And, when those guys do find a way to get out on the edge, we got to get them down pretty quick. And so we need to be efficient tacklers. But I know our defense has a good game plan. The kids know what's going on. I mean, just in regards to installations and, Zoom meetings or anything like that. They have gotten as much install as possible, so they're very well aware of this opponent.
Also tonight for McCracken County, it is a chance for the offense to get back out there after what was a little bit of a struggle against Henderson County a month ago. But it is, I know, a group that has had a big year and has a lot of hungry kids on that side of the ball.
Yeah, and you look back at that game, and a lot of that I got to put the onus on myself. One of the things that we've been spoiled by this year is with our offensive line and our running game is we've always felt like we're eventually just going to break people in the second half. And to Henderson's credit, we weren't able to just break those plays wide open. You look back at the Davies County game where Hunter rushes for 331 yards, and then even I think Carter had close to 100 at the same time. Eventually, we just broke, we kind of broke their will. And, and then the last two games with Bowling Green and Henderson, we just weren't able to get that ground game established. So we've got to do that tonight. We've got to really be diligent about staying onto our blocks and making sure we ID who we're climbing to. And when the opportunity presents itself to throw, we got to take advantage of those. We can't miss open receivers. We got to make sure that we convert in the red zone. And if we can start to do those things, I know our kids are jazzed up, ready to go. I mean, they're excited to get out there. So hopefully, we just want to make sure that they stay poised throughout the game.
What's the big part that you see a chance to take an advantage of when you look at Apollo? On either side of the football, where do you think you see a big advantage that the Mustangs can take a hold of tonight?
Defensively, I think obviously if we can kind of overwhelm them with numbers in the box, Levinsky it's not to say he's a poor thrower, but that's not really his strength. His strength is running the ball. He's just over 50% completion percentage. So for us, we have to force him into throwing situations. And then when they do throw, we've got to make sure that we take advantage of that. Offensively, you go back and look at it. we feel like we can run the ball on them. And I know that they've got some really good size up front. But we feel like, in the last game, we were kind of able to impose our will a little bit. And so we want to try to get the ground game going. Hopefully, now if they try to overload the box as well, kind of do the same game plan that we're working with, we feel like we've got a good, some good matchups on the perimeter versus, one of their DBs. And so, we want to try to take advantage of that.
And for McCracken County tonight, I know this is a group pretty senior heavy. It's a group that's really wanting to make an impact in their final game or games. Talk about how big you see your senior class being.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, critical. Obviously, everybody knows the kids that have been starting multiple years, and this is the first full class, and so luckily for us is they played some really solid opponents this year, and we've had success against really good opponents. And and I'm just hoping that the experiences that they've had over the last 4 years is going to prepare them for tonight. Look, obviously we're not going to make excuses about how much time we did or did not practice. I mean, we're not gonna use that as a crutch. And these kids have been playing football, most of their lives, and so we just got to go out there and we just got to be us. We don't need to try to do anything special. Just go out there, put our best foot forward, and whatever happens, happens. But I know these kids are going to give their best effort, and that's all I'm asking for tonight.
And last but not least,
win the day.
There you go, the head coach of the Mustangs, Coach Mark Clark. When we come back, we'll have the Brandon Clifton Allstate Insurance for Success. That's next, 99.5 The Fan. For those on YouTube, it will be about a minute and a half. We'll be back on air. And so 1 more minute and some change, we'll be back on air. Back here in the Baird broadcast booth, high atop Marquette Stadium, getting you set for the matchup tonight between McCracken County, the number 2 seed in Class 6A District 1, and the Eagles of Apollo, the number 3 seed in Class 6A District 1. Whether you're wanting to roll over your 401k, maybe open an IRA or just an investment account, call the folks at Baird and Hausman Financial Group on Lone Oak Road in Paducah. Brent Hausman, Larry Hausman, and the crew at Hausman Financial Group, 270-450-9900. As Jared Adams alongside me, I'm Eric Schumbler. It has been a month since we have been back on the airwaves on 99.5 The Fan. 5 weeks since I have been with you on 99.5 The Fan. I had to have a quarantine spell and missed my first ever McCracken County football game, but we're back. The Mustangs are back, and the Mustangs are back having practiced 1 time in the last 2 weeks due to their own team quarantine, that practice being yesterday. So a lot of questions to answer here tonight, and it's going to be a tough challenge, if we're completely honest about it, for this McCracken County Mustang Ball Club.
I mean, imagine, playing your first round of the playoffs, your first scrimmage of the year. You're going to have that issue, right? You're going to have some rust that you got to break off and figure some things out again. You got to get your brain back thinking football, and that's going to be some tough things to accomplish tonight. And I think that's going to be the storyline that you will want to pay attention to is how quickly can we whip back into form. And that's, I think, big part of his message. His message is just win, right? No matter how that works, just win. And if we can get that done, then we can move on to the next game and have a week of practice and kind of get back to normal. But tonight will be definitely a tough one.
As McCracken County comes into the ball game, 4 wins to 2 losses. Apollo 4 wins, 3 losses, including a 3-game winning streak coming in to tonight. And so that will be what the Mustangs try to break, as McCracken County on a 2-game losing streak with the losses against 2 great opponents, Bowling Green and Henderson County. And so that is what's on the line for tonight. Let's take a look at the Brandon Clifton Allstate Insurance for Success. The Mustangs give it their all, and so does McCracken County Allstate agent Brandon Clifton. To get you and your family insured for success, give Brandon a call at 270-442-8234. That's 270-442-8234. And go check out his new office location at 2190 New Holt Road in Paducah. Looking at the first Insurance for Success key, and that is coming out of the red zone with points every single time tonight.
That's been a struggle at times. Not the biggest thing we struggle with, but there have been games where we get down in the red zone and we're not able to come away with points, and especially touchdowns. Every time you go into the red zone, you need to come out with points. And if that doesn't happen, you're losing opportunities, and those opportunities usually spell pretty significant turns in the game if you can't score down there when you get close. So, we've got to take advantage of our opportunities.
Also tonight for McCracken County, speed up the quarterback's processing. Talk about that for what the Mustangs need to do for Apollo.
So Damian Levinsky is very, very athletic. He can toss the football around, but he's more of a threat to run. So if you can contain him, he likes to run. He likes to drop back, look around. If he doesn't see what he likes, take off. So you got to speed up his processing, make him make a bad decision by making him have to make it fast, and at the same time keep him in the pocket. You don't want to just go all out to try to, be a hero and get that big sack and expose a running lane for him. How you contain Damian Levinsky is the same way we played him the first game. Stopping Damian Levinsky is more important than stopping the running back, because he's a threat in the passing game and he's a threat in the running game.
Also tonight, talk about the matchup up front.
So our offensive line have had 2 rough games the past 2 games, and that was like 4 weeks ago and 6 weeks ago. They haven't played, obviously in a month, and the last 2 times they played, they haven't played great. We have got to see them step up on the offensive line, win their matchups, and I say that because this is a big offensive line, or defensive line they're facing. Led by number 55, he is their nose tackle, and he stands at 6'5", 285. His name is Logan Weedman, and he is a D1 signee to Tennessee Tech. He's a big man, and because of that, he kind of commands the inside of the interior part of that offensive line, and we've got to do a good job creating gaps with that group.
Last but not least, we've talked about it at length tonight, shaking off the rust. So
it's big part of this is shaking off the rust, but there's another part, and Clark talked about it before in the fact that these guys are going to be so ready to play. Their adrenaline's going to be pumping through the roof, and then when that adrenaline wears off, they're going to be just totally exhausted. And so can you fight and control your adrenaline? Can you keep your head about you so that you don't have this big crash and be it happened in the second quarter or something like that, where things going good, and then all of a sudden you run out of energy there, and momentum shifts, and right before halftime, so that's probably the most important one. The last one is the most important one. Can you whip yourself back into form and keep your emotions in check and not get too hyped, come into this game with a level head?
That is your Brandon Clifton Allstate Insurance for Success. And just like the McCracken County Mustangs, McCracken County Allstate agent Brandon Clifton gives it his all each and every day for you. To get you and your family insured for success, give Brandon Clifton a call at 270-442-8234. That is 270-442-8234. And check out his new office location, 2190 New Holt Road in Paducah. Also like to remind you we are on YouTube tonight. If you go on YouTube to the McCracken Media YouTube channel, you will be able to watch this game live with our audio. And so make your way over to the YouTube channel, McCracken Media, and you will be able to see tonight's broadcast while listening to it while listening to us as well. And if you do not do that route, you can also hear us all night, 99.5 thefanpaducah.com on your computer or smartphone. 57 folks watching the pregame show right now online.
Good. Hopefully they stick around for the whole game. and viewership increases. I think it will once this thing gets rolling. By the way, just got word of who won the toss.
We won the toss and deferred, so we will let Apollo take it.
That's my favorite thing to do right there. If you win, you always defer. That gives you an opportunity either to score before half and get the ball right back and possibly score again, or just as good to stop them but still have a chance to get the ball back. It's, I'd rather have it late in the game than early in the game, and in that situation, that's going to be what's best for us.
One thing that's always been an advantage here at Marquette Stadium for McCracken County, the crowd. As even in this year where attendance is condensed, our crowds have been loud. Now the attendance is condensed even more to just families of players and coaches, and so it may be an even playing field tonight in terms of crowd noise with what Apollo has on the opposite side to what McCracken County has on this side. It's going to be an interesting atmosphere, and it may be quiet at times. This may be the first time in our 90 games of watching a McCracken football fan that the McCracken side is quiet, and the only reason is numbers.
Yeah, we really do a good job showing up. We really do a good job being loud. It's been a good environment for us to play in, and I'll say that's always been one of our advantages. Even we even travel well. We're loud on the road, but of course when you cut it down by what they probably have a quarter, 25% attendance, maybe even less. That one's out, and so it's going to get real quiet, and our kids really play off of the noise of the crowd. So how does that play out tonight too?
We are high atop Marquette Stadium in the Bear broadcast booth, counting you down to kickoff for the Mustangs and the Eagles of Apollo, about 13 and a half minutes away from getting this one started. When we come back, we will take a look at the body of work for both ball clubs when we return. 99.5 The Fan. For those listening on YouTube, 13 minutes away from getting this one started, but Jared, overall, it does, we may be going to the anthem. So we are going to go to the anthem. We'll let you listen to it for the folks here on YouTube. Back here, the Baird broadcast booth, McCracken County High School, Marquette Stadium, the location, as McCracken County getting set for their First round playoff matchup against the Eagles of Apollo. Counting you down to kickoff, about 11 minutes away here on 99.5 The Fan. Let's take a look at the Cellular Connection text hotline. I want to give a shout out to my family listening in tonight up in Evansville, Indiana. Mark Chumbler, Jenny Chumbler, and the ever so adorable Huck Chumbler is the family dog, looking adorable in his winter wear here tonight. A shout out to those fine folks up in Evansville. Hopefully, if the Mustangs can take care of business tonight, a chance to go to Henderson next week and be in that area next Friday night. But a lot's got to happen in that process. That's the Cellular Connection text hotline. Let us know you are listening. Text us at 270-557-8223. 270-557-8223. Let's take a look at the body of work. And once again with that, Jared Adams.
All right, let's take a look at Apollo's record real quick. And then we'll get into our record and then how we played last time we were together. Apollo starts the season against Owensboro and loses 50-13. Then loses again to Meade County. Beats Meade County 17-14. Followed by our game against Apollo, which was us with the win 45-21. Then they had a game get canceled, and then they played Apollo. They lost 19-14. They were leading, I think, start of the fourth quarter. And then they played at Marshall County and beat them 34-10. And then beat Davis County, so that's the second win in a row. And then 3 weeks ago, they played Owensboro Catholic and beat them 10-0. Now, last time we played, the score was 45-21, and if you remember, what happened is it was close to being tied until the third quarter. We began to stretch it out, got some things to go our way finally, and kind of stretched the game out. So it was a pretty tight first half game. Pryor was 15 out of 23 for 216 yards and 4 touchdowns, and Bradley ran for 179 yards on 22 carries along with 2 touchdowns. But Levinsky was the main offensive production on the Apollo side, 13 of 25, 216 yards, 1 passing touchdown, and then ran for 45 yards on 10 rushes, gaining another rushing touchdown in the process. Patterson was actually held in check fairly well. He ran for a gajillion yards against us last season, was held to 31 games in the third game of this season. The big offensive production besides Levinsky was his favorite target, Ben Armour, 3 catches, 75 yards, and 1 reception for a touchdown. What I say by that is Levinsky is a runner, not a passer. But he passed for 25 times. Now, he had just over 50% completion rate, which is not very good. It's not awful, but it's just not, the standard is 60%. And so, passed for 216 yards, but at the same time, he didn't hurt us as much as I thought he would with his legs. I was actually very shocked that they decided to air it out as much as they did. And it might be our commitment to stopping the run that did that. Looking at some season statistics for both teams, Pryor Lamb has 833 yards passing, 12 touchdowns and 4 interceptions. He is 64 of 114. Hunter Bradley has 108 rushes for 875 yards, 11 touchdowns. Carter Rowland comes in with almost half of his rushes, 48 rushes for 228 yards and a touchdown. Jeremiah Hughes with 130 yards, 31 yards rushing and 4 touchdowns. Our leading receiver is Jeremiah Hughes, 15 catches, 214 yards, 3 touchdowns. Hunter Bradley is right behind him, though. 13 catches, 189 yards, 1 touchdown for him. Looking at Apollo, Damian Levinsky, 52 of 103, 676 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 1 interception on the season. Harold Patterson, 152 rushes, so that's more than Hunter Bradley, and it got about the same amount of yards, 877 yards, 6 touchdowns. The guy you want to watch through the air is Evan Miller, their tight end, 10 catches, 248 yards, and their slot receiver, Ben Armour, number 7, he has 11 catches for 142 yards. Looking at some other statistics, we are We've given up 99 points this season. They've given up 172. So statistically, we're better in that category. We're better in points scored. We're better in actually, we've rushed for less, but allowed almost half of their yards rushing. So defensively, we have the edge in both categories. In every category, we're better than them. But that's why we play the game. They have the momentum. They have the advantage. They have the time and practice to prepare for this game. We had a 4-hour practice yesterday, so that's going to play well. Expect us to pressure their quarterback, but at the same time, we're not going to just all-out blitz and leave the middle open for him to run. In fact, if I remember right, he took off on a really monster run in the second quarter that really – I might have been his rushing touchdown was a long 60-yard run. We've got to prevent that. Defensively, they're a solid unit. They're not going to blow you away with their athleticism, but they're very fundamental. And because of that, we have to impose our will on them. Now, the only area that I think they gamble a lot on is the secondary. They like to go one-on-one matchups, man-to-man, which means most of our receivers will only have one guy on them, and if you can beat him, you could have some big plays through the air. I wouldn't be surprised if we take a couple shots early downfield, just try to see if we can connect on one and get a quick score.
That is your body of work for the matchup tonight between McCracken County and Owensboro Apollo as we get you set for kickoff between those two clubs tonight in the first round of the 6A playoffs. We're about 5 minutes away from getting this one started here tonight. Let's take a look at the starting lineups tonight for the Mustangs. There's some missing pieces on both sides of the football. We'll start with the defensive side for McCracken County. And with tonight's defensive starters, it'll be Jared Adams.
Okay, let's start with the defensive line, as we always do. It's on the left defensive end position is number 50, a junior, Leandre Bolin, 6 foot, 240. At defensive tackle is number 53, Colton Hayden. He is a junior, 5'11", 200. This will be his first start of the season. The other defensive tackle is Tayton Bettinger. He is a senior, 5'11", 244. The other defensive tackle position is number 40, Joe Casey, 6'3", 198. He is a junior. The linebacker positions are inside, number 10, a senior, Hunter Black, 6'1", 217, and number 42, a junior, Isaiah Key, 5'9", 221. The outside linebackers are led by number 48, a senior, Jackson Gruber, 6 foot 175, and number 8, a senior, Ian McCune, 6 foot 3, 186. The two cornerbacks are number 23, a senior, Kieran Perez, 6'4", 190. Number 27, a junior, Colton Crowell, 5'10", 172. And our free safety is number 37, a junior, Nathan Helmich, 6 foot, 187.
If there's any indication about the Mustangs taking the field here in just a moment, this crowd is going to be electric here tonight. The Mustangs take the field. Just one practice in 2 weeks' time, but they look excited to say the least. And who can blame them as they are back out on the football field with each other for just the second time over a 2-week period. Let's take a look at the offense tonight for the McCracken County Mustangs. Starting at left tackle, number 72, Blakely Miller, a senior, 6'6", 280 pounds. The left guard is number 79, Tayton Bettinger, a senior, 5'11", 244 pounds. The center tonight, the brother of our very own Brendan Evers, who will be along in the second quarter. It's Jamison Evers, a senior, 6 foot, 259 pounds. The right guard tonight, number 65, Noah Adrian, a sophomore, 6'2", 292 pounds. And rounding out the offensive line, the right tackle, number 52, Gavin Trueblood, a senior, 6 foot, 274 pounds. The receivers and tight ends. At wide receiver is Zach Masick, a junior, 6'2", 187 pounds. On the other side, wide receiver, number 81, Xander Mays, a senior, 6 foot, 200 pounds. The tight ends tonight, number 7, Nick Masick, a junior, 6'3", and 202 pounds. Other tight end is Zach Sims, wearing number 6, a sophomore, 6'3", 185 pounds. The key to the McCracken County offense in the backfield tonight, that is Hunter Bradley, as he wears number 16, a senior, 6 foot, 208 pounds. And the quarterback for the Mustangs, Prior Lamb, sophomore, 6 foot, 194 pounds, the quarterback for the Mustangs. The one you have to watch on the other side, Harold Patterson, who did not make the connection until my brother mentioned it to us both, is related to someone that has also been a nightmare to us in our past.
Yeah, that is a very interesting connection because we've played him multiple times, and he's been a lot to handle, and that would be Skip Patterson. I don't know if you remember from Henderson County, their quarterback for 3 years at least was Skip Patterson. I believe he was number 1. And he was built like a fullback, playing quarterback, and he was bruising. And I can definitely see the connection now. They're both physical players, and now you know.
And so McCracken County won the toss. They defer to the second half. So you're going to get the chance to see Levinsky, Patterson, and company against this McCracken County defense that will have some starters not in action tonight, but a well-rested group.
Yeah, can't say that they're going to be tired. If they are, it's because they're not in shape, but it won't be because they played too many games in too short a time. These guys are probably going to start the game very hot, flying around because they're excited to be out there, and hopefully they're able to control, not get winded or, just lose their adrenaline, because I know it's pumping right now.
Just a reminder, you can watch this game with our audio on YouTube. Search McCracken Media on YouTube, and you will have the action in front of you and listen to us in the process. McCracken wearing their all-black uniforms with the white helmet, the Power M in black. Apollo, white uniform with blue outlined in red. The kick is in the air. It's a mid-range kick. Going to be fielded at the 34 and returned out to the 35, out to the 40, out to about the 46-yard line. Apollo takes over, first down and 10, and nice field position for the Eagles.
Be interesting to see. We got a couple new starters, or at least one new starter on defense, Colton Hayden. And we also have Tayton Bettinger playing 2 ways tonight. So both defensive linemen are getting something new here tonight. Be curious how that plays out. There's a lot of storylines in this game.
Damian Levinsky receives the snap, hands off to Patterson. Big hole across the 50, across the 45, has the first down into McCracken territory to the 42. That's what you're going to see a lot of tonight. Not that result, we hope, but Harold Patterson.
Correct. That's a good 11-yard run by him, and he just basically hit the hole 100 miles an hour, and thank goodness Leandre Bolin just hung on and dragged him down finally.
First down and 10 for the Eagles inside the McCracken 45 at the 42. As there's a handoff to Patterson, gets across the 40, tripped up to around the 38-yard line. Nice burst of about 4 to make it 2nd and 6.
Dalton Skinner there got a shoulder into him and knocked him off balance, and he fell. Otherwise, he would have stayed on his face. One of the big on his feet. Sorry. One of the big questions is tackling. We haven't done that in a while, and that's something you got to practice and rep a lot. How that plays out in our tackling tonight will be very interesting.
2nd and 6 for Apollo. Another handoff to Patterson, who's hit at the line and immediately dropped for a short loss.
It's like Colton Hayden on the tackle with Jackson Gruber and Leandre Bolin. Good combo by those three, able to bring them down.
This is the territory you don't like if you're Apollo. 3rd and longer than 5.
Yes, that passing is not their strength. Their running game is. They've ran for 1,700 yards this season in just 9 games.
Mustang fans making noise. It's a toss to Patterson, looking for the edge, cuts it up, surrounded by Mustangs, and dropped for no gain.
Way to sniff that out. Mustangs able to flow to the ball. Looks like they tried to fake one way and then spin around and toss it. It looks like they're actually thinking about – no, never mind. They thought for a second about going for it on 4th down, but in comes the punting team. It's going to try to pin us deep.
One thing that's chatting with some of the Apollo folks wanted to make McCracken work offensively in terms of not giving them any short fields, especially love the idea of long fields they do. As saw some things against Henderson County, Apollo felt like they might be able to maneuver, but see what the Mustangs are able to do offensively here in just a moment. As their punt is a beautiful end-over-end punt, and fair catch for McCracken County at the 9 by Zach Masick, where the Mustangs will take over first down and 10.
Yeah, I could see why that would be an issue. Sustaining drives, we've kind of been like scoring in spurts and starts, but not consistently chewing up yards. I think about 4 or 5 games of this season, one of my keys to success was to be productive on first down, because if not, our drives stall out.
Want to give a shout out to my beautiful wife listening in as Mindy's listening back home. As that's brought to you by the Cellular Connection, Lone Oak Road next to Seaplant in Paducah. There is a flag on the play, pre-snap. Not exactly the... they're going to disregard the flag. So just a little bit of a warm-up of the arm for that side official.
Got to get his warm-up tosses in and a little twitch there, and
That's
out it came.
Happens to the best of them. First down and 10 for McCracken on its own 9-yard line. Briar Lamb sends Nick Masick in motion. He's sent, and the snap. It's going to be a handoff to Hunter Bradley, looking for the left edge, surrounded by Eagles, and knocked out of bounds around the 9-yard line for no gain.
Tried the little stretch play there, didn't have the blocking up to the front side of it, and so Hunter Bradley just kept heading towards the sideline, and finally the sideline came to him, and he gains. They're going to say 1 on the play, but not a good start. Got to be more productive on first down.
2nd and 9 from the 10 as Lamb gets the snap, throws it left side. That is complete, but immediately dropped on the play. I believe was Masick. Tough to tell from this thing. It was Zach Masick for a gain
route.
About 3.
So it looked like they tried to, a short route and then tried to go long and thought they had a shot underneath, but didn't gain them much. Now it's 3rd and 5, so we're in our own hole like Apollo was last time they had the ball.
3rd down and 5 for the Mustangs as it's a high snap. Lamb corrals, throws left side, and incomplete as he was looking for Hunter Bradley. Great coverage for Apollo on the play, and it will be a punting situation for the Mustangs.
And once again, when we're not productive on first down, we have a hard time recovering from that. One of the things that we kind of trusted in last year was a Franklin Hayes, and we could trust that he can break something open. And so they're just keying in on Hunter Bradley and hoping and expecting the rest of their team to be able to handle the rest of our offense.
4th and 5 for the Mustangs on their own 14, so it will be a punting situation as McCune punts from the own end zone. It's a line drive punt, but very effective across the 50, inside the 40, down to the 35, still rolling, down to the 31-yard line. A punt of, let's do the math, 55 yards.
55 yards is a pretty good one. I don't remember what the record is. I want to say it's in the 60s.
It is by Skyler. 61, I believe. His brother had one of 59, I think, if I remember correct.
Yeah. But that one's didn't go in the air more than 20 yards, but then it just rolled and rolled.
Want to give a shout-out to McCracken County High School nurse Heather Clifton listening tonight. We heard about her husband Brandon earlier about 20 minutes ago, so shout-out to them. Also shout-out to the boys' varsity basketball coach Berlin Broward, who also considers himself a comedian when he's not coaching. As it's 1st down and 10. Apollo with it is a quick throw left side. It is complete. Screenplay, and it will not work. It's going to be a gain of about 4, but I believe there is a hold on the play.
Yeah, their wide receiver pretty much tackled our defensive end and held him back. That's going to be 10 yards from the spot of the foul, so it's going to be 1st and 19 coming up.
And so negates what would be 2nd and 6, depending on the spot. I believe you're right. 1st and 19-ish. Overall, gorgeous night here at Marquette Stadium. And a very nice crowd on hand, and it is making noise early. Not at the moment, obviously, but has had several moments tonight of making noise. 1st down and 19 for Apollo on its own 22. It's a handoff to, throw left side. It is caught across the 25 out to about the 27-yard line. A gain of about 5. Let's call it 2nd and 14.
That was number 34, John Lynn. He is the backup running back. They like to get both of their running backs involved in the passing game. That throws in a wrinkle because you can't just relax when you're focused on the running back in a passing situation. They like to get them the ball.
Jesse Bird, Carly Bird, and Addie Bird listening in tonight. Also, Bailey Davis listening as well. One more shout-out to get to in just a moment. 2nd and 14. It is going to be a handoff to Patterson. Looks left side, has a hole across the 30, cuts it up to about the 34-yard line. And that would have been a disaster if not for a tackler waiting for him right there. He had a lot of real estate if that tackle is missed.
That's Nate Helmich coming up from the safety position, drops him. It's going to be 3rd and long again. You're right, that was pretty close. That's the second play in a row where Nate Helmich has dropped the guy with the ball.
3rd down and 7. And it looks like Apollo jumped, unless it was McCracken jumping first. We'll see what they decide to call it.
Simultaneously.
And tie goes to the offense in this scenario. It's going to be a false start on Apollo. And that'll make it 3rd down and 12. Want to give a shout out to a good friend of mine, Brad Vose, listening in from home, saying go Mustangs. Good to hear from you, Brad. As 3rd down. Also a shout out to Alex and Mariah Dykus watching on YouTube. As they drop back to pass, step into the pocket, Slavinsky now wants to run with it across the 30 and ducks his head to around the 37-yard line where he's knocked out of bounds. He'll be about 4 yards short, and that'll make it 4th, and let's call it 3.5.
Here comes the punting unit. So far, they've been, like you talked about earlier, content with pitting us deep and playing defense and expecting us to struggle to move the ball. And I'll say, usually offense comes along after defense at the beginning of the season. And when you have a month playoff, I can expect that the offense is going to take a little bit longer to find their feet because a lot of what they're doing is timing. It's defense or offensive discipline in terms of the shifts and the motions and such. So how we recover offensively in terms of finding our groove could make a big difference in this game.
Want to give a shout out to Ella Hausman listening in tonight. We can always count on Ella to listen in and say go Stings, the #1 McCracken County fan. And once in a while, how many fans are here? Just doing an eyeball look. About 150, I'd say, on the Apollo side. A bit more on our side. Actually, this is a pretty strong crowd considering.
Correct.
Not sure able to tell from behind, but good crowd. Definitely a boisterous crowd for McCracken County here tonight as well. Zach Hobbs, a Hobbs House watching on YouTube. It's good to hear from the baseball coach of McCracken County High School, Zach Hobbs. All these shout-outs brought to you by the Cellular Connection, Lone Oak Road next to Sea Plant in Paducah. Also, Elijah Wheat, good to hear from a Mustang alum alongside Daryl and Teresa Wheat listening in tonight saying go Stings. Bailey Davis cheering on the Mustangs tonight. Joe Tracy as well. You can text us, let us know you're listening. We'll get to that number in just a moment. 4th down, Apollo is going to punt, no score. As it is an end-over-end punt, and McCracken's going to let that one go, and it's a wonderful punt. Inside the 20, and it'll be down at the 18-yard line. 6:45 first quarter, no score. McCracken County and Apollo, we'll leave it right here. First test for McCracken County, how they would look having practiced just once in 2 weeks. Defensively, the first 2 series, I think you have to be very pleased with what you're seeing from the Mustangs.
Yeah, you're exactly right. We've flown to the ball real well. We've not allowed any big plays that you're fearful of. Having been off football for a month and out of practice for 2 weeks, we've a couple missed tackles, like that's to be expected. You just got to fix those, or else an explosive player like Harold Patterson and Damian Levinsky could hurt you. So offensively, our second series here, we got to find our groove.
First down and 10 for the Mustangs on their own 18, no score here first quarter. And there is a flag on the play. Let's see if the official on this end now is just going to get his warm-up tosses or not. It is.
He's going to say false start.
False starts.
Not good. Well, one thing Coach Clark mentioned off-air Wednesday was his biggest fear would be penalties that are not behavior penalties, but like procedure penalties, like false starts. That kind of discipline and remembering and being in the groove. Those happen early in the season, and this would be considered early in the season as we haven't played in a month.
First and 15 for the Mustangs on their own 13. No score halfway through this first quarter. Pryor Lamb in the shotgun. Gets the snap. It's a high snap. Hands off to Hunter Bradley going right side as he just tries to find a hole along the sideline. Not much there. Gain of about 2. Second, let's call it 13. Also, John and Sandy Sams listening in tonight. Scott Davis listening in Richmond, Kentucky. The winner of this one will play the winner of Henderson County and Davis County. That is now 7-0 Henderson County. And I imagine that score will continue to swell for the Colonels. We will find out. It is a throw right side. That is complete to Nick Masick. That gets past the original line of scrimmage and about a yard past it, making it 3rd and about 9.
From what I can tell, Apollo's gone with a 4-man front. They're packing the box. I'm seeing 7. And depends if the safety walks down, which means they're challenging McCracken County to throw it. They feel like their athletes, their corners are able to contain our wide receivers. They're kind of challenging this in that way.
3rd and 8, and there's another flag, and this starting to look like a potential issue. This is the 3rd penalty for McCracken in now 2 drives, which can be expected when you've only practiced 1 time in 2 weeks. Completely understandable.
Yeah, it's tough to just whip back into form just on a drop of a hat there, and don't know who that was on, but regardless, that's another false start. That's a 5-yarder, now 3rd and forever. 13, 14.
And so the Mustangs move back to the line slowly as getting their word from their head coach, Mark Clark, on the left sideline. Play clock down to 10. You can hear a whisper right now.
5 seconds on play clock.
And McCracken's going to take a timeout. So let's take a look at the Cellular Connection text hotline. Don and Kathy Skinner watching on YouTube, and would like to remind you the Cellular Connection will be giving away a nice set of earbuds in between the 3rd and 4th quarters. I go and remind myself what they are called. Airtime earbuds is the name of the earbuds they are giving away tonight. I'm told a high-quality earbud. And so we are going to have a trivia question between the 3rd and 4th quarter. And the winner will have to text in the correct answer. First person to do that will win the earbuds from Airtime. If the Mustangs win tonight and play at Henderson County or Davis County, if the Panthers win, whoever the Mustangs play next week, we will be giving away Apple AirPods if the Mustangs do win tonight.
Wow, that's a great gift. Got Christmas early.
So that's from the Cellular Connection, Lone Oak Road, next to Seaplant Federal Credit Union in Paducah. So we are 3rd down and 13 for the Mustangs. No score, 6:30 first quarter. As Lamb, high snap, corrals it, looking. He's going to air down the middle of the field. Has a wide open man, but overthrew him just a little bit. It was just out of the outstretched arms of Zach Masick. I love the thought it was there, but just barely overthrew him.
Yeah, and Zach Masick, gave everything. He dove for that, trying to get it, and about a yard too long. Would have been a great opportunity.
And he had 6 easily.
Yes. If you hit him in stride, he's walking in the end zone.
And so that will be a punting situation now for the Mustangs on their own 15. As McCune, and this time a sidewinder, as this one bounces up, and Apollo takes it at the 46 of McCracken, immediately downed right there. And so Apollo starts in McCracken territory, 1st down and 10, no score. And so credit to Apollo, they are hanging tough as well defensively. And this was kind of a back-and-forth defensive contest the first time, and through 3 quarters it was close. Yeah. And we may be to that same game tonight.
I want to say it was like 14 and a half or something like that, 21-14 and a half, and then we kind of pulled away. They scored 1 more touchdown late, but when you look at it, it's one of those situations where it's the first offense to wake up is the one that's really going to take control of this game.
Apollo has it, 1st down and 10 on the McCracken County 46-yard line. Levinsky gets the snap. It's a toss to Patterson. He fumbles it. Who's got it? McCracken County football.
That's the type of stuff you need to get a game going. That is Leandre Bolin Jr. with the fumble recovery. Bad, I think it was a toss. That was an errant toss. It was like a pitch toss to the outside. Now offense is in good field position. Let's see if we can get some things rolling here.
Coach Brad Lawson's defense has been phenomenal for the most part all season long. Comes up with another takeaway right there. The Mustangs now set up in Apollo territory. 1st down and 10 on the 46. No score, 6-11 first quarter. See if the Mustangs can answer quickly here. 2 wideouts to the right, none to the left. As now some motion for McCracken County. Snap. It is going to be a reverse, and there's some field in front of Jeremiah Hughes. He has it across the 40, across the 35, sideline he goes, inside the 20, knocked down at the 15-yard line, and the fans want a horse collar.
Oh, he was drugged down by the back of his jersey for sure, and no flag.
And Coach Clark is furious, and he is being warned by that side official who admittedly probably got that one wrong.
Yep, he screwed that one up. That was awful. Everyone in the stands could see that.
And that was right in front of him, too.
There's 2 guys right there.
And Coach Clark was livid as well as the sideline, and there was immediate turn by the official for them to settle. And regardless, 1st down and 10 inside the red zone. At the 16 is a handoff to Bradley. Goes left side, cuts up inside the 10, and it will be knocked out of bounds around the 5. That looks to be good enough for a 1st down.
Good 10-yard run off the left side by Hunter Bradley. First good run situation there.
Our fans were fired up. They're still fired up.
It looks like we are in our heavy cat is what we call that.
It is Jeremiah Hughes Jr. and Hunter Bradley in the backfield. As Bradley gets the snap, takes it straight up the middle. He's met at the 5 and pretty much stopped right there. And so no gain on the play, making it 2nd and goal from the 5. That was a wonderful reverse.
Yeah, it was. That was well set up. First time we ever ran a reverse this season, by the way. It's a good time to debut it.
Told everyone on YouTube was able to see that horse collar.
Maybe we should have a replay here to show the refs.
That'll make it 2nd and goal for the Mustangs at the 5. Still the heavy package for the Mustangs as a direct snap to Hunter. High snap, corrals it inside the 5 towards the goal line, and he is just short at the 1.
It looks like another horse collar on that play as well. That one wasn't as clear.
And so that'll make it 3rd and goal from the 1. Woo. And I'm going to guess you give it straight to Hunter Bradley. He looks tired, though.
Yeah, he does. A lot of the offense has their hands on their hips.
Direct snap to Hunter Bradley. Looking for room. Straight up the middle. Tripped. Is he in? He's not. So it's going to be 4th and goal from the 1.
Remember what we talked about earlier in the pregame about if you go into the red zone, you got to come out with points. And right now you have a decision whether to kick an extra point, at least extra point distance, or try to go for the touchdown here. And it looks like they're going for the touchdown.
And it may have been a loss of about a half yard. It looks like.
Yeah, 2 yards or something-ish.
So big play here, 4th down and goal from the 2. And McCracken wants to take a timeout. Don't blame him one bit. Coach Mark Clark will talk this one over with the Mustangs. 4th and goal right here for the Mustangs on the Apollo 2. No score, 4:22 in this opening quarter. Alongside Jared Adams, I'm Eric Chumbler. It has been entertaining so far. And for a team that's not practiced just once in 2 weeks, not a bad performance for the Mustangs.
No, you're right. There's some things that we can improve on, but that's the situation with every team ever. And so, the coaches, I'm sure, will make those adjustments and coach them up, and hopefully we can figure out a way to punch this in right here. I assume they're going for it. They haven't talked about the kicker off the sideline, so you got to score here. Oof, this would be huge for Apollo if they could get a stop.
And at the very worst, if you're McCracken County, if you don't get points, you at least have Apollo deep in their own territory and you flip field.
You do, but it's very demoralizing to not score when you're on the 2-yard line.
So here we go, 4th down and goal for the Mustangs on the Apollo 2. Trying to score first here in this critical playoff matchup. Handoff. Jeremiah Hughes Jr. looking for room, reversing field. Now upfield, surrounded by Eagles. He's dropped for a loss. The Mustangs can't score.
If you go into the red zone, you got to come out with points. Loss of 7 on the play, 8.
And so the Mustangs, oh so close, couldn't quite punch it in, and it will go back to Apollo. But like I said, field position is flipped at the very least. And so Apollo has it 1st down and 10 on their own 7. Want to give a shout out to Ron Thompson listening in tonight. Good to hear from you,
Ron.
brother Lon. As saying good luck to the Mustangs. Don't think I've missed any shout outs, but if so, you can let us know. It's no score here. 4:16 first quarter. McCracken and Apollo. Apollo now deep in their own territory as a handoff to Patterson. Scoots by the initial front, has a hole across the 10, the 15, and gets out to about the, let's say, the 18-yard line. Going to be a yard short of a first down.
Joe Casey with the tackle.
And that'll make it 2nd down and 1. It is an electric atmosphere, to say the least, here in Marquette Stadium, even with reduced capacity.
Yeah, we're really bringing the noise, as you can tell.
2nd and 1 as a handoff to Patterson. He has the first down across the 20 out to the 23. That's good enough for a first down for Apollo.
DeAndre Bolin with the tackle. The bad thing is your defensive line is making the tackles in the secondary or in the mid-level. You know, you want the defensive line to be making those right at the line of scrimmage.
This offensive line for Apollo is not quick, but they're huge.
Yeah, they're a big group, and and then they got some speed behind them that hits the hole quick. And if you're not where you need to be, or if you can't get off blocks quickly, you're going to be in a world of hurt.
First down and 10. It is going to be Levinsky rolling to his right, throws to his right, picked off by McCune. 15, 10. Touchdown Mustangs!
Woo, that's a big answer right there. That is a big answer.
20 yards on the pick six.
He tried to a little rollout pass, had a guy at the mid-level range, and he just underthrew it and got up there and snagged it. That was a great job by Ian McCune reading his eyes. He's got a nose for the ball.
The senior comes through once again. He has been invaluable all year long and gets the Mustangs on the scoreboard to make it 6-0. Now the swinging gates. The Mustangs look like they're going to go for 2. Bradley in the backfield. Now they do switch into the kick formation. It'll be Zach Masick to hold for the Mustangs. Barrett Buchanan to kick. That kick's a beaut. It is through and hits the back of my vehicle.
This point sponsored by Autoglass.
That's right. That makes it 7-0 McCracken County. What a response once again by the McCracken County defense, Jared Adams.
Been pretty tough this season. In fact, our first game of the season against Mayfield, it was won on the backs of the defensive turnovers to give offense the opportunity, or they just scored themselves. We've kind of depended on them quite a lot this season.
And now if you are McCracken County, you have a lead. Your defense is looking solid tonight. That's a confidence booster. You were kind of shaky, if you're going to be honest about it, the team was, about what to expect. But that gives you confidence, and your defense is showing that it has what it takes to get the win tonight, and you ride it.
Yeah, you're right. You got to, the defense has got a job to do. It's going to have to carry the offense until the offense finds its legs. And when that happens, it's going to be good. But we've got to, still hang tough defensively. They just got done playing. They scored, and now the defense is going back on the field. So if the offense cannot have a sustained drive whenever they get the ball back, you're putting so much weight on the defense. That's one of the things that happened in Bowling Green is the defense was on the field so much that eventually they didn't just bend, they broke.
7-0 McCracken County. 3:09 here in this first quarter. And McCracken will kick off to the Eagles as it's a short kick looking to be an onside, but the Eagles do recover. Love the effort, though, from the Mustangs to try to catch Apollo off guard. And it will be first down for the Eagles inside their own 40 at the 38.
Well, that was a nice kick. I will say this about Barrett Buchanan. His kicking this season has been phenomenal.
Indeed.
In terms of kickoffs, that's kind of been his specialty. Everywhere the coaches want him to put it, he's just placing it right where he needs to be. And we had a good chance at that ball, except for an athletic lineman in the first row, sprinting back there and diving on the ball. We would have had that ball. So Barrett Buchanan, hats off to him this season.
Shout-outs to get to. We'll do that in just a moment as Patterson gets the handoff across the 40 out to the 45. A quick burst of about 6, so make it 2nd and 4. Want to give a shout-out to John, Jackie, and Cameron Willis listening in tonight. The horse collar game, as they call it. Also, Dustin Roberts, assistant coach for the Mustangs basketball team. Anna and Ty Roberts listening in as well. Joyce Lewis and Buddy Lewis listening in tonight in West Paducah. More to get to in a moment. 2nd and 4 for Apollo. As Levinsky gets the snap. Hands off to Patterson. Dropped in the backfield for a loss.
That was a full-on blitz, met well. It looks like Isaiah Keys and Hunter Bradley just full out, just hammered in the backfield before they even got going. So now it's a 3rd and long situation. And now we got an opportunity to probably to force a punt if we can do that.
Tim and Beth Self listening in Sarasota, Florida. Not a bad location to be right now.
That's not bad.
3rd and 6 as Levinsky rolls to his right, looking to throw. Has a man right side. It is caught in a first down across midfield to the 40, about the 38-yard line. A nice rollout to the right and an even better catch for Apollo. And their Apollo wide receiver is injured and his body's kind of turned in an awkward fashion right now. And it looks like he's holding his right leg.
It did look like he landed awkwardly. And I don't really know exactly what that means.
They are kind of stretching the right leg for the Apollo wide receiver. Couldn't see a number, but to his credit, that was a wonderful catch that he made prior to going down.
Tough catch, too. He had Nate helmets draped all over him. He's back
Julian
up on his
Mitchell
feet.
informs me that is number 34, John Lynn, as he is being helped off with his head coach and athletic trainer, putting a little bit of weight, but not much. You're right. On his right ankle.
6'3", 210 pounds.
Mercy. And he is every bit as talented as advertised, as he went on the rollout over the middle and found him near the sideline and was hit instantaneously and contorted his body in a way that is not the easiest. I want to give a shout out to Sheila Davis. Thank you for the kind words. I'm more than happy to be back here tonight. Absolutely hated not being with you a month ago against the Henderson County Colonels. But Brian did a wonderful job.
Yeah, it's good to have you back. It's like a good pair of shoes.
I am now being compared to a good pair of shoes. Thank you, partner. You're as fun to be with as a nice pair of socks. And also I want to give a shout out to John Howard. He's also just a great pair. He's like a hand watch. He's always accurate. 1st down and 10 for Apollo. Patterson gets it. Big hole across the 35, inside the 30 to the 26-yard line. That's what you worry about if you're McCracken County. If he gets going, it can make for a long evening.
Yeah, you're right. He's an explosive guy. They got 2 guys in the backfield right there that are really explosive. They've actually started the game very differently than the first time we played them. They were very pass-heavy in the first game. In this game, they've really depended on the run and only passed off of the run, like, play action.
1st down and 10 for Apollo inside McCracken's 30 to the 26. 7-0 McCracken County, a minute 25, first quarter. Snap. It is going to be Levinsky keeping it off right edge across the 25, near the 20. He's going to get about 3 yards short of the first down, 2nd and 3.
We've actually struggled a little bit this season defensively whenever there's been a running quarterback and who's going to handle it, right? We saw that against the Bowling Green and Henderson when they carry out good fakes. You have to tackle both of them, and right there, Damien was able to slip by for a nice gain on first down.
2nd and 5, let's call it, on the McCracken 21. As time ticks away this first quarter, 40 seconds. Patterson straight up the middle. Big hole inside the 15. First down inside the 10. Down to the 9. He takes it. 1st down and 10. Mr. Patterson just short of 300 yards last year against us at Apollo. Looking like he's dialing up another big performance this evening.
Yeah, and he's running very well. He actually didn't do so hot in the last game, but he probably has close to as many carries this in the first quarter as he did the entire game last game. My guess is he's had about 8 to 10 carries so far. He had 11 in the first game we played him in.
That will do it for the first quarter. After 1 quarter of play, McCracken County leads Apollo 7-0. leaving it right here for the folks on YouTube. Jared, that was a nice stand defensively multiple times by the Mustangs. The offense found their footing in that third drive and couldn't quite get into the end zone, but thanks to the defense, got back into the end zone. So you're seeing both sides start to click a little bit, but now the Mustangs D needing a big stop as we get set for the second quarter.
Yeah, they need their own goal line stand coming up. They've played tough. That's definitely something we can hope to depend on, but you gotta hold whatever lead you got, and so far points by the offense have been hard to come by, and we need a good stop here would help us tremendously.
30 seconds, a little less than that till we come back on the radio side. And so Apollo has it first down and goal at the McCracken County 9, with McCracken leading 7-0. We will come back on the radio side here in about 10 seconds, and a big first and goal coming for the Eagles.
I feel confident with our ability to stop them.
Here we go.
But I can't say that for certain,
Hi atop Marquette Stadium, the Baird broadcast booth is the Hausman Financial Group and Baird on Lone Oak Road in Paducah. Give them a call for all of your investment needs, 270-450-9900. Brent Hausman, Larry Hausman, and the group at Hausman Financial Group. First down and goal for the Eagles on the McCracken County 9. McCracken leads 7-0 as we start this second quarter. But the Eagles knocking on the end zone as Levinsky hands it off to Patterson. Jukes in the backfield, trips, but gets back up, then stumbles across the 8 to about the 7. That'll make it second and goal after a gain of about 2.
We're really we've had success when we meet them in the backfield. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to kind of send some guys on some blitzes to kind of stuff them in the backfield. But the big run by Patterson earlier was because we blitzed the wrong hole, and that's the gamble of blitzing, is you got to be right. And down here, if we do send somebody, you got to be in the right place at the right time.
Second and goal from the 7. And Apollo wants to talk about it a little bit. This is a big series for the Eagles after giving up a turnover for a touchdown, now wanting to try to notch it back up. If you are the Eagles, do you try anything other than Harold Patterson?
Second down, no. I would say maybe a third down, you're going to maybe run a play action off of him. But, you got to give it to him or Levinsky. It's going to be one of those two guys running the ball. I could see a rollout pass coming if they don't get this. But at this point, I'd be handing it off to either number 4 or letting number 11 keep it. I'm sorry, number 10.
I'm going to let Brendan Evers take the next series offensively for McCracken County. Brendan, a senior at McCracken County High School in the McCracken Media Department. As I'll let him take the offensive series for the Mustangs. He is going to college to study broadcasting and wants to be a play-by-play broadcaster himself, and has done a wonderful job here on 99.5 The Fan, and a intern for our company, Bristol Broadcasting. So he will have the reins when McCracken takes over, hopefully, after a defensive stand here, with the Mustangs leading 7-0, 11-14 second quarter. It looks to be Levinsky back out, has a back to his right and a back behind him, which is Patterson. Levinsky looks over the D. Gets the snap. Toss to Patterson, looking towards the right sideline, inside the 5, into the end zone, or not?
Out of bounds first, that's the question. They're saying he's down around the 1 at least.
Wow. So it will be third and goal around the 1, and it was a big pile in the far side of the field. We could not see much, but he was able to get sideline, but knocked out just before the end zone. Third and goal for the Eagles at the 1.
We need our own defensive stand.
Snap. Levinsky to Patterson, stopped at the 1 and dropped. And that will make it fourth down and goal for the Eagles now at the same place McCracken County had it last quarter.
expect something cute here. Some kind of rollout pass, some kind of fake to Patterson with the Levinsky rolling out maybe for a run, bootleg, something like that. Don't expect a dive.
They're on their feet at Marquette Stadium. 4th down and goal inside the 2. 7-0 McCracken County. Levinsky gets the snap straight up the middle, but there is a flag. I think pre-snap it may be a false start, which changes everything.
Yes, it does.
For the Eagles.
You'd probably want to kick it if that's the case.
Now this place is silent. False start, Apollo. And you are correct. That changes everything for the Eagles. They look now to kick it. That is a massive, massive penalty.
That is. A little lack of discipline on the goal line. That'll hurt you.
And so it will be a 24-yard field goal attempt now for their kicker, Harrison Bowman, who has quite the foot. Low snap. Good hold. The kick is up, and it is good. As that is a nice answer for the Eagles. The Mustangs still lead it 7-3 with 9:54 here in the second quarter. As Jared, a nice job not giving up the touchdown by the McCracken County defense.
Yeah, that's a win for the defense to get down there and hang tough, especially on that 3rd down, 3rd and 1. I'm sorry, second down goal on the 1 yard line to stop Patterson right there, and then the penalty backs them up. That's good stuff for the defense, and so we can continue to depend on them. Now we got to put some points on the board.
And so it is my pleasure to next welcome in a new play-by-play broadcaster, not to these airwaves, but for the night. It is McCracken County senior Brendan Evers. Brendan, take it away.
Thank you, Eric. It's a pleasure to be back with you. Now let's see if the offense can't get going. You saw the defense get a score there. Hopefully that gets things moving for the offense.
Yeah, you're right. This offense, has got to kind of wake up, which is very similar to what would happen at the beginning of the year. Offense is always a little bit behind defense, timing-wise, physicality-wise, just adjusting to the game. And so this will be our 3rd drive. And so actually it's our 4th drive, and we've got to move the ball well, especially on our early downs.
So Bowman is kicking off. Deep kick. Hughes takes it at around the 8-yard line. He returns it up. He's across the 20. Pressure coming. Now he's across the 30. Outside. Bodies a man, and he's forced out of bounds at the 35-yard line.
Good return for Jeremiah Hughes. Jeremiah Hughes is most successful when he's running, downhill, what they call it, when you're running downfield and not going sideline to sideline. He's a pretty quick kid, and so he's able to really hurt you. He doesn't mind lowering the shoulder either.
Yep, north and south is always better than east to west when you gain forward yards.
Yep.
The offense is now back out on the field. And instead, I think we have a timeout on the field.
This looks like an injury.
Looking at scores from around the area, this is an interesting score. Graves County and Grayson County down in Mayfield, 14-13, Graves County. And so that one a bit more of a difficult matchup for the Eagles.
So the offense lined up. 3 receivers to the near side. They send Nick Masick in motion. Lamb takes the snap, throws left side. He's got Xander Mays. He's up across the 50 and gain of about, it looks like he stepped out of bounds. It'll be a gain of 11 and a first down right off the bat.
Yeah, a little play action pass there. I'll get Xander Mays going on that. Able to pick up the first down easily and move the chains. And those are the types of things, especially early on in a drive, that give you a little boost of confidence, getting that passing game going.
Hunter Bradley in the backfield. Hughes in motion. Now hand off to him. Comes towards the near side. Blockers out in front of him. One is Hunter Bradley. He's tackled up around the 48-yard line. Be a gain of about 4 or 5 yards. Second down.
Jeremiah Hughes on the jet sweep there. Had a great lead block by Hunter Bradley, able to get you a good gain on first down.
Empty backfield now. 3 receivers to the right. Snap. Throw to the left side. It's Hunter Bradley. Jukes a man. Now he makes another man miss. He gets up across to about the 42-yard line. They spot it for a first down or not? Looks like they did.
Hunter Bradley is a sneaky good receiver. If you don't have eyes on him wherever he's at, he's going to hurt you. He's not just a powerful running back. He's got fantastic hands. And so you're going to see them move him around and get him involved in different areas of the game, not just behind the quarterback.
Say Hunter Bradley is good at most everything that he does out on the football field. Snap. Hunter Bradley takes it, runs up the middle. He's pushes through a couple men, a gain of about 4. The Apollo coach is livid over there.
Oh, he is.
Don't know
Guess
what
he
for.
wanted a full start.
Hunter Bradley would be a heck of a linebacker, too, if he was on that defensive side of the ball. He's played linebacker and safety before. He's one of those natural football players.
2nd and 6. High snap. Handoff to Hunter Bradley. No, quarterback keeper. Up across the right side, flag on the play. Lamb is up across the 20. Good run by him, but we'll see what the flag is.
Well, the way it's thrown, it's in the backfield, and it's a holding. But, you know, I can't say that for certain, but that's usually where they throw it when that happens.
So we'll see what the penalty is now.
To be an illegal block in the back on McCracken.
It looked like a busted play of that one because it looked like Hunter Bradley was going to get it, and then there was a bad handoff, and Pryor just kind of kept it. And so when that happens and the offense doesn't know unexpectedly the ball's coming your way, you can often lead to a block in the back. That's pretty common.
And that was the call, so that'll move the ball back and put McCracken County in a little bit more of a difficult situation, but they are moving the ball on this drive, so see if they can't overcome the penalty.
Looking on the YouTube side right now, just under 300 people watching on YouTube. You can search McCracken Media on YouTube, and this game will pop up. Brendan doing a great job on here, but also a great job with the McCracken Media Department.
They're all a great group of people in the McCracken Media Department. I'm happy to be a part of it. So the Mustangs will line up at exactly midfield. Lamb takes the snap. Hunter Bradley takes it straight up the middle. He pushes forward for about 5 yards and meets a host of Eagles. So a gain about 5. Pretty good run there on a long down situation.
Yeah, now we got 3rd and they're going to say 12. That's a passing situation. If we get a productive 3rd down, we get like 10 yards or something. 4th and short, I could see us going for it. But if we can't gain a good chunk of yards, we could be punting on 4th down.
Obviously, early in the game, you have the option to pin them deep.
Correct.
But you are very close to. We're very close to 4 down territory. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Lamb takes the snap, looks over the middle. Now throws to Hunter Bradley to the left side. He takes it up around the 40 and almost like falls down at about the 38-yard line.
Yeah, he does, and about 4 or 5 yards short. And so you have a decision what to do on 4th down. See if Ian McCune comes in.
No timeouts for the Mustangs, so they will have to make their decision quick. Looks like the offense is going to stay out on the field. Empty backfield yet again. Hunter Bradley is out to the right side as a receiver. Snap. Lamb rolls to the right, now to the left. He's going to run it himself. He's up across, and he's got the 1st down. But there is a flag on the play.
They're going to say the way we're reacting, it's against us, holding. Spot foul.
2nd penalty that's just.
That continues to be a big problem for us, is just those type of things. So now here comes the punt team. That's an obvious thing. You're going to be 4th and 13, 14 yards. You got to punt.
So, yes, the punt team comes on. Ian McCune is the punter. Spot the ball back at the original line of scrimmage. At the 38. Not my mistake, the 43-yard line. Ben Armour's back deep for Apollo. And now the punt. Booming kick. It's going to land at about the 15-yard line and take an Apollo bounce. Only about 2 yards. And that's where they will take over 1st and 10 at about the 17-yard line.
Brendan, Good job, my friend. And we'll be chatting with you again in the third quarter for an Apollo series.
See you then. Thanks,
All right.
Eric.
It's always good to have Brendan Evers with us from the Mustang Media Department. Well, part of the fine group here at McCracken County High School that's also in charge of getting you the broadcast on YouTube. It's the McCracken Media YouTube page. Does a great job as always.
He does. He's come a long way as well. You can see him growing right there in his play calling abilities.
Mustangs had a nice drive brewing, but the fear of penalties is coming to fruition a little bit tonight. And that stalled the drive, and now Apollo with it, trailing McCracken 7-3, 5:32 second quarter.
You feel good about our chances in this game if we can just kind of figure some things out. You know, we've got to clean some things up, and if they can do that, I feel good about it.
So first down for Apollo. On their own 16-yard line, McCracken on top, 7-3. Snap, Levinsky keeps it himself, throws over the middle. Nope, right side, excuse me. It is caught across the 20 to about the 22. Gain of about 4.5, maybe 5. That'll make it second and about 7.
Little comeback route, get an easy 5 yards.
Second and 5 for Apollo. On the 22. 5:20, second quarter. McCracken leads 7-3.
Man, we do a good job with our crowd.
Indeed. Play clock down to 5. And Apollo's going to have to take a timeout. Credit to this McCracken County crowd. They have been phenomenal all year long. Tonight, no different.
Mm-hmm. I mean, even with less than 1,000 people in the stands, probably less than 500. You know, we're still loud and proud. And this is mostly parents. You know, that's pretty cool.
Now, if you are Apollo, if you get your dream drive here, it is about a 4-minute, 50-second drive that goes into the end zone. You have the team to do that. It's just, do they execute to do that, and what the McCracken County defense does to counter that?
Well, they've got to chip away at it and be consistent, and that's something that they have, like you said, they have the ability to do. What we're struggling with offensively is the ability to do that. We can't string together multiple productive plays in a row before we get penalized. You know, you'd have to have a mistake-free drive, and those little mistakes pay big dividends in the playoffs when, right now it's a 4-point game. They go down and take the lead. Can we score again? Can we put a drive together ourselves? So offensively, they're in the driver's seat in terms of able to move the ball.
Second and 5 now for Apollo as Levinsky throws over the middle. Caught. First down and across the 30 out to the 33. And they look like they may let Levinsky use his arm a little bit more.
Yeah, two passes here in this drive. This one to number 22, Evan Miller, 5'11", 175 slot receiver there. Getting some guys going in the passing game. Not his strength, but he's capable, as you can see or hear.
First down and 10 for Apollo on their own 32. Handoff Patterson straight up the middle across the 40 and had one line to beat as he gets the first down across the 40 to the 44. If he is able to break the pair of tacklers waiting for him there, it's 6 points.
Yeah, the secondary really came up big there. Nate Helmich and Kieran Perez able to stymie that what could be a touchdown run there. Because of the fact that they're having some success in the passing game, it does open up the run game. So, we've just got to be disciplined and read our keys, and hopefully we can get a handle on this offense.
First down and 10 for Apollo, nearing midfield on their own 45. The Mustangs lead 7-3, 4 minutes, first half. Levinsky pump fakes, looking to air the middle of the field to nobody, as the only one there was the official. And it looked like Ben Armour was knocked out of bounds around the 40 and cut off his route.
It looked like it was a double move. So that's where you're going to pump fake on like a little comeback route or a little out route and then up. And apparently Kieran got a little physical on the second on the top of that route and it will knock him out of bounds. No flag.
Want to give a shout out to Stephanie Barnes and her family listening in tonight. Also, Kathy Skinner chimes in talking about a great job the Mustang Media Department doing. Could not agree more with that.
Yeah,
You will not see a student-run media department run anywhere near as well as what they do.
Pretty impressive.
2nd and 10 for Apollo. Low snap. Levinsky over the middle of the field. Nearly picked off, but caught at the 50 and around the 50 to the 48. McCune was so close to his second interception.
Let me say this about McCune. One of the best kids at timing a pass that I've seen. His feel and his instincts for the ball is second to none on that field right there. He is a kid who's going to play college athletics, and I'm not real sure what sport that is. He's that talented.
3rd down and 3 for Apollo, and McCracken jumps. That will be an automatic first down for Apollo in McCracken territory to about the 43. That was going to be a massive 3rd down for the Eagles. Instead, it will be a first down nearing the 40. 3:28, second quarter, 7-3. McCracken on top.
And your prediction of a long drive is coming to fruition as they've already chewed up about a minute and a half, closing in on 2 minutes.
First down and 10. Snap. Levinsky rolling to his right now, throws to his left. It is caught. That is Patterson. 40, 30, 20, inside the 20, to the 5, to the end zone. He's in. Touchdown, Apollo.
Well executed screen pass there. A little play action, roll out right, pass back left to a well set up screen pass. Didn't have the men to drag down Harold as Apollo takes it. I don't know, was that almost
43 yards?
43 yards for the touchdown.
A wonderfully set up play, wonderful blocking as Patterson used his speed to do the rest. The good news, still 3 minutes on the clock for the McCracken offense.
Correct. As soon as I said they're in for a long drive, they score the next play. So we have 3 minutes to score ourselves, but no timeouts.
The extra point is good. 3:06 in the second. The Eagles lead the Mustangs. It's 10-7. We'll keep it right here for the folks on YouTube, Jaron. Big drive coming up for this McCracken County offense.
You're right. In the last drive, we saw a little bit of a promise from them, able to, start to produce some yards, then derailed by penalties. Fix the penalties, and I think we can move the ball with ease. But, that's tough coming off of a month layoff. And, in fact, not just that, you haven't practiced in 2 weeks. And the only practice was yesterday. So, man, what a tough task to do is to kind of claw your way back into form in less than a game.
Now, if you're McCracken County, the defense has been wonderful. For the most part, that play being the lone big play for the Eagles, that has you pretty confident going into the second half as well.
I agree. That one probably was easily a third to almost a half of their offensive production alone, because the defense has done such a good job to that point.
Here we go.
They broke one on them.
That's right. Back here in the Baird broadcast booth, high atop Marquette Stadium with Dandy in front of us. Apollo takes the lead 10-7 with 3 minutes left here in this second quarter, as it is going to be a short end-over-end kick. Looks like it will be caught for the Mustangs at the 31, where the Mustangs will take over first down and 10. Big drive coming up here for the Mustang offense.
Yeah, Mustangs really gotta start putting some things together. They showed that last drive. They're a talented group of kids. That's not the issue. They have a great offensive line, and that's really the only thing that's derailed them so far this game has not been their execution, but more of their physicality.
So it'll be Pryor Lamb and the Mustangs coming back out, trailing by 3, 10-7. As Lamb gets the snap, drops back, looking to look towards the right side of the field, has Masick, overthrows him slightly, 2nd and 10.
Yeah, nice little, I don't know what you call it. It was like a go, and then they broke it off. And had him open, just overthrew his receiver. Pryor's got to settle in. The one thing about that I hate it for Pryor is your sophomore season is where you really, go through your bumps and bruises and your lumps. You take your lumps and you figure things out, and he hasn't had that opportunity. He hasn't had very many games this season, and that's going to be something that could delay his progress because he's making it.
Lamb hands off to Jeremiah Hughes Jr. Cuts it up inside the 30 to about the 36-yard line. That will set up a large third down for McCracken County. Third down at about 4 on their own 36. Clock ticking, 2:45 here in the second quarter.
Jeremiah Hughes also, he's a junior. He likes to stretch plays out. They give him a lot of edge plays, a lot of jet sweeps, but sometimes he tries to carry them too far to the edge and runs out of room. There, he stuck his foot in the ground and got upfield for a nice gain on second down.
3rd and 4. Lamb rolling to his right, throws to his right to Masick. It's caught. It's near the first down marker, and he just barely gets it.
I think he's got it, yes.
That's wonderful recognition by Masick, knowing where the sticks are.
They're going to say,
oh, that spot was poor. He was across the 40 when he caught it.
yeah,
Ooh.
Yeah, that's easily a first down. See, the far side judge had him standing on the 41-yard line.
That is when I thought immediate first down, because the far side judge had him spotted around the 45 or 41-yard line. Near side judge moved him just behind the 40, in between the 39 and 40. If he gets it, it's by a nose. They are bringing out the chain right now, and
He doesn't got
he's
it.
short. He's short
About
by
a foot. Oh, 6 inches short.
Ooh. And so that'll make it 4th and inches on a questionable spot. I thought it was first down by at least a football.
Yeah, easily. That was a bad spot. If you, those watching on YouTube, you have the ability to go back and watch that. I bet you will confirm that he was across the 40 with the ball when he was hit.
So that'll make him 4th and inches in Apollo's territory.
You're going for that one.
Absolutely.
But we've also been stuffed on
a
short yardage play, too. We really got to grow up here and get this to go.
I like this move by Coach Clark. He's going for it. It's playoff football. Might as well. 4th down and 6 inches.
If Jamison just moves the football forward, he gets the first down.
That's right. Lamb in the shotgun. And McCracken jumped. And so that changes the situation completely. The Mustangs will have to punt.
Yep, there you go. Lost the opportunity on the penalty. Go figure.
And this was, understandably, with McCracken not having played a football game in a month, only practiced once in 2 weeks due to quarantine, timing's going to be off.
Yeah.
And that is the difficult challenge the Mustangs face tonight, understandably.
Yeah, you're right. We've had our share of penalties, and they've been ill-timed for sure.
So that will make a punt from McCune, an end-over-end punt. Wonderful bounce inside the 40, now sidewinding across the 31. It will die right there. Not a bad punt at all. And now if you're the McCracken defense, you have 1:46 to get the Mustangs to the halftime locker room, trailing just 10-7.
We do get the ball back, but if they score right here, that would be really, really tough. Really tough for us. We had an opportunity ourselves to kind of run out the clock with a 3-minute drill. Unfortunately, that didn't happen.
And so the Eagles, this is not going to be their strength either. They normally strive when they push the football field running the football with 1:46. And one timeout, you really don't have that option.
No, you don't. They're going to rely on a couple passes, and then I wouldn't be surprised if they expect Damian and Patterson to kind of carry the ball for him and get those yards.
Levinsky, pump fakes, going to air it down the middle of the field. He's got a man. It's incomplete as he overthrew him. So close to 6 for Apollo. Yeah. No avail. It's going to be 2nd and 10.
He had about a yard on us, and but unfortunately the ball was about a yard past the receiver there. Would have been a nice gain for them. Aired it out on first down. Now you got to get a first down. I'm sorry. Try to get a touchdown on that one. Now you got to get a first down. 2nd and 10.
I want to give another shout-out to Zach Hobbs here in just a moment. We'll tell you why. 2nd and 10. It is going to be misdirection. Handoff to Patterson. Nothing doing. Great job by the Mustang front, bringing him down for no gain, setting up a big 3rd and 10 for Apollo with the clock running. Now 1:25 and counting.
Hunter Vlack and Leandre Bolin combo on that tackle. Able to sniff it out. Little misdirection there.
3rd down and 10. 1:15. I think the Eagles may be now signaling slight touch towards being conservative here in the final 65 seconds. in the first half.
Yeah, you don't try to run out the play clock if you're not trying to just get to halftime.
Snap, handoff is to Patterson, straight up the middle, has a hole and immediately shut down short of the first down marker by about 3 yards. That'll make it 4th and 3. And that is going to be Apollo saying we're good. We'll punt it and let special teams take care of it.
Great tackle by Cyrus McCowan, who is a senior, number 25. Yeah, Cyrus Cowan, sorry.
Want to give a shout out to Zach Hobbs. He went back and watched it on YouTube. Zach is an official, football official. Said definitely a first down on Nick's catch. Almost caught it on the 41. That's the validation. And that proved to be huge because the penalty now forced McCracken to punt.
Yeah, we'd that's points off the board possibly. That's an impact penalty.
Now it will be
12
the final timeout taken by Apollo. 12 seconds left. The Mustangs trail 10-7. You and I talked about this being close throughout and that if anyone thought McCracken could blow out Apollo, that's unfair expectations.
Yep.
We're seeing that.
We have the ability, the potential to do that, but the execution and the rust is still being shaken off. We've got to figure those things out, and halftime is going to be very critical for us to go in that locker room and get a handle on what we need to fix. I can give them one tip. They know it already as well, and that's the penalties. If you can get rid of those, we're way ahead, I think, in this ball game. Like I said, on paper, we're the better team.
And so the Mustangs will get the football with just a matter of seconds left. 12 seconds on the clock at the moment. Moving back deep to receive this punt is Hunter Bradley, who, as we've witnessed many times in his career as a Mustang, knows how to find the end zone from anywhere on the football field. It'll be Bowman to punt, who is a fantastic punter, watching him in pregame. Low snap. Here comes the rush, and that forces him to sky one. It bounces on the McCracken 40. Apollo takes it right there with 4.9 seconds left. Here in this first half, the Mustangs will have one opportunity to find the end zone. So Coach Clark looking deep on his play sheet to see what he can do here. Playoff football might as well go for the gold here in the final 4 seconds.
You're right. I mean, at this point, you just got one shot, try to take it. I don't know. See, my gut says just go for it, but at the same time, sometimes you're like, you know what, I don't want to make a mistake and get that.
Understand that too, especially when you have not played in 5 weeks.
I will say this. It's important that you don't change the way you coach based on, okay, well, it's playoff football. I got to be more conservative or more aggressive. You just got to play your game, what you're used to.
True. And it looks like McCracken split backs with Lamb. He's going to drop back to pass. He's looking in the middle of the field, now throws right side. Hunter Bradley's right there at the 45. Gets across the 40, knocked out of bounds at the 35. And that will do it for the first half. What a first half we have had here tonight. Playoff football like it ought to be. At the half, the Eagles of Apollo lead the Mustangs 10-7. When we come back, we will have the first half stats for you, as we will have Mr. Jimmy Garrett bringing those to you. And we will have the Estes Chiropractic second half adjustments, and then what should be a dandy of the second half. Don't go anywhere watching on YouTube or listening on 99.5 The Fan. The halftime report is next. As I said, 99.5 The Fan. For those on YouTube, we will go silent for just a moment while we get Jimmy and go over the stats, so you will have dead air for just a few minutes. All right, for those listening on YouTube right now, about to come back with the first half stats. Back here in the Baird broadcast booth and Marquette Stadium, the Mustangs trail at the half 10-7 as the Apollo Eagles on top. Let's take a look at the first half statistics, and no better person to do that with than the statistician for McCracken County football, Mr. Jimmy Garrett. Jimmy, take it away.
Good evening, Mustang fans. Tonight we'll look at the scoring first, as we always do. McCracken County led the scoring off tonight in the first quarter with 3 minutes and 9 seconds to go. Ian McEwen picked off a pass from Levinsky at the 25-yard line, returned it for a touchdown, and Barrett Buchanan followed up with the made PAT. And McCracken County took a 7-0 lead on that defensive touchdown in the first quarter. Apollo came back in the second quarter at the 9:54 mark. They had a good long drive, 10 plays, 54 yards. Ended up with a 24-yard field goal actually by Harrison Bowman, and left the score there at the 9:54 mark in the second quarter. McCracken County was up 7-3. Apollo had the last score of the first half with the 3:06 mark in the second quarter. Apollo had a 6-play, 83-yard drive, ended with a 43-yard passing play from Levinsky to Harold Patterson, and Harrison Bowman followed up with the made PAT, and Apollo took that 10-7 lead into half. Looking at the overall team statistics first, McCracken County had 6 possessions in that first half, total of 119 yards, 12 rushes tonight for 62 yards. From a passing standpoint, Prior Lambs had 10 attempts, 7 completions for a total of 57 yards, and McCracken County's got 6 first downs in this first half. Looking over at Apollo, they've got a total tonight. They had 7 possessions in that first half, total yards at 195. 20 rushes, 104 yards on the ground. From a passing standpoint, Levinsky's 6 for 9, passing yards 91, giving Apollo a total of 9 first downs in that first half. Looking at some of the individual stats, we'll look at rushing first. Jeremiah Hughes had 4 rushes tonight for 34 yards. Hunter Bradley's had 8 rushes tonight for 28. As I mentioned there before, Prior Lamb 7 for 10. For 62 yards from a passing standpoint. Receiving, they've had 3 receivers tonight. Hunter Bradley's got 3 receptions for 37. Xander Mays has 1 reception for 12. And Nick Masick has 2 receptions for a total of 8 yards. Jumping over and taking a look at Apollo, we'll look at rushing. As I said, they've had a good night, 104 yards in that first half. Most of it Harold Patterson. 18 carries tonight for 91 yards. He did have that 1 fumble there that McCracken County recovered. Levinsky's had the other 13 yards on 2 carries. From a receiving standpoint tonight, on Apollo's standpoint, Harold Patterson, 1 reception for 43. That was the one that went for a touchdown. John Lynn had 2 receptions for a total of 26. Evan Miller's had 2 for 17. And Ben Armour has had 1 for 5. So a couple other quick stats to look at. Did mention there that Apollo's had a couple turnovers in that first half. Patterson had that fumble that we recovered, and then that pass interception that Ian McEwen had for the 25-yard touchdown return. So we are +2 on the turnover stat tonight. From a penalty standpoint, not quite as good, Eric. McCracken County had a rough, particularly second quarter. McCracken County's got a total of 6 penalties tonight for 40 yards. 5 of those penalties coming on the offensive side of the ball. And from the opponent standpoint, from Apollo, they've got 3 penalties, all 3 of them on the offense as well, but only a total of 20 yards penalties against Apollo tonight. So that gives you a quick rundown from the offensive stat standpoint for tonight's game.
Overall, it was a tight ball game, to say the least, and you did a wonderful job breaking it down. Appreciate you, my friend, and we will talk to you in the post-game show after, hopefully, a Mustang win.
I hope so.
That's right.
All
Jimmy,
right.
appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Eric.
As that is Jimmy Garrett, the statistician for McCracken County football. Jared, as we get set to look at the Estes Chiropractic second half adjustments, before we do that, one quick observation on my end. It looks like it was a tale of 2 quarters. Felt like the Mustangs were in control of that first quarter, and Apollo flipped the script in the second quarter.
Yeah, that's a great way to look at it. It was a back and forth first quarter, but two big turnovers in that first quarter, and then they cleaned it up, and we didn't. They kind of figured some things out offensively, and we have yet to do that. Now we got a whole half of football to do that, and we're in the locker room hopefully right now trying to figure that out. But right now it looks like our offense is dead in the water. Not because of the inability to move the ball as much as the inability to avoid the penalty.
And with that, let's go ahead and take a look at the Estes Chiropractic second half adjustments. When you need that adjustment, just like I will go on Tuesday to the Mack brothers, Kevin and Kelly Estes of Estes Chiropractic. They'll get you in and out and feeling better than ever in no time at all. The Mack brothers, Kevin and Kelly Estes of Estes Chiropractic. The first point, you and I talked about it ad nauseum in the pregame show, and with valid reason. This team is a team that has not played in 5 weeks due to opponents not being able to play, and then McCracken not having practiced just one time the last 2 weeks. Yep. And that's due to the Mustangs having to go into quarantine. Their lone practice was yesterday. So when you consider the fact they have not played in live action in 5 weeks, when you consider the fact that they have practiced just once in the last 2 weeks, you're going to be messy, and that is the first step in this second half adjustment. You've got to find a way to clean up the messiness, especially the penalties.
Yeah, I mean, we've only had 40 yards, but when you think about the 6 times we've gotten a penalty, most of those were drive killers. Hey, I think once we had the 4th and inches, and we get a false start penalty. Now it's 4th and 5, and so those types of things are ruining us right now. So we got to clean those up. If we do that, I feel good about our chances. In the second half.
Next for the Mustangs is establishing the run game.
I think we can pass the ball and we should pass the ball, but to do that, we got to be able to run the ball, and that involves a couple things. It involves a rhythm. You got to get into a rhythm that doesn't happen with penalties, and you just got to kind of begin to enforce your will on them. Now, we are obviously dealing with not being in our best shape of the year, and that can have an effect on it. But we got to establish the run game.
And also for McCracken County, you're down in the second half of a playoff game. The tendency will be to press because you get thinking about this could be the end. That's what you can't do if you're McCracken County.
Correct. If you're in a boxing match and you just come out and try to throw haymakers right out of the gate, or you feel you're leaving yourself open for an attack. In this situation, trying to go for it all every time you're out on the field, and we have to score here and we have to score at every play, and then oftentimes you do too much and it gets you in a bad situation. So we've got to just remain calm. We're down 3. Right, 1 touchdown's going to do it. We don't have to have the points, on everything, because oftentimes you make mistakes when you're just trying to go for it all and you're just swinging, and you can't do that and be effective.
The last one is not allowing Harold Patterson to get in the secondary as much as he is.
Yeah, you've got to do a good job stopping him at the line of scrimmage. He hits that line of scrimmage so hard that the last thing you want is him to get free reign, because once he gets in the secondary, he's a big problem as well.
And so that is your Estes Chiropractic second half adjustments. If you need that back adjustment, go see the Mack brothers, Kevin and Kelly Estes of Estes Chiropractic. They will get you in and out in no time at all, feeling better than ever. The Mack brothers, Kevin and Kelly Estes of Estes Chiropractic, Central Avenue in Paducah. As we take a look at everything going on here, the Mustangs coming back out on the field. Apollo still back into their locker room. When we come back, we will have the second half for you. At the half, Apollo leads McCracken County 10-7. For those on YouTube, we will take a quick break ourselves, turn our mics down, and be back with you in just a moment. back here for the YouTube folks. About to go back on radio in just a second. Back here in the Baird broadcast booth in Marquette Stadium, McCracken County High School. Whether you're looking to roll over your 401k, maybe open an IRA or an investment account, the folks to talk to is Hausman Financial Group on Lone Oak Road next to Seaplant in Paducah. Brent Hausman, Larry Hausman, and crew can get you set up with the financial needs you're looking for. Call them next week, 270-450-9900, 270-450-9900. The Hausman Financial Group, Lone Oak Road in Paducah. Back here, the Mustangs trail 10-7 here at the half. And the Mustangs will get the football first to start the second half. Before we discuss second half and strategery, let's talk about someone that has been a fixture at McCracken County High School these first 8 years, and that's Ron Ruggles. He chimes in tonight, giving us a hello and wishing the Mustangs through. And for those that don't know, Ron's been battling some health issues as well and hasn't been around as much, but he's certainly missed and certainly adored by so many out here, including you and I. And his time goes far beyond McCracken County High School, goes back to Heath High School, and many different occasions he serves this community. Our thanks to Ron Ruggles. It's always good to hear from him, and good to hear from him tonight.
Yeah, it's awesome to hear from the people who, he was a big part of our announcing early on, and then of course, if you remember going to Heath games, you were listening to Ron Ruggles over the PA, and all those matchups. So the longtime voice of the Pirates, and now the voice of the Mustangs. We wish them well.
And so good to hear from you, Ron. Hope to hear from you again soon. That shout out brought to you by the Sailor Connection, your locally owned Verizon wireless retailer on Lone Oak Road next to Seaplant in Paducah. We will be giving away some airtime earbuds between the third and fourth quarter. Don't let me forget that, as I'll leave that on you. That will be a chance to text in the correct answer to a trivia question, which I will also let you choose without consulting with you. So I'll let you have free reign with it. Don't make it too difficult, but I'll let you have it. And as we get set for this third quarter, the Mustangs will get the football first, Jared. And the Mustang offense has been shaky tonight, but it's also shown signs of life tonight.
Correct.
Now just putting together a full drive. They seem to do it in spurts, and then a penalty sets them back. 5 penalties of the 6 were on offense. So now they've got to try to put together a full drive to start the second half.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for us to kind of go out and show what we learned, and hopefully we've made some good adjustments. And to me, if I was talking to the offense, I'd say, just calm down, take it a play at a time. Think through everything, just kind of be aware, because the last thing you need is for us to, on this opening drive to squirrel away an opportunity when we had an opportunity to go back and take the lead. I don't think points are going to be easy to come by tonight, even though we have the ability to score 100. We just don't.
Good news is that Coach Lawson's defense has been phenomenal tonight as well.
Yes, thank goodness for that. The goal line stand down there to limit them to a field goal. That's one of those things that that's our strength, and thankful for that. Now the score there, that hurt, but they had one big play, but pretty much for the rest of the tonight we've been pretty tough.
Mustangs will get the football first, trailing 10-7 here in this third quarter. Getting set to get it started here in the second half. Apollo to kick. Doing the honors was Harrison Bowman, who has a foot, to say the least. He was punting 50-plus yards in pregame. This a nice sidewinding kick, and it will be returned by Ian McCune at the 11. Out to the 15, cuts it up towards the 20, has a little bit of a hole across the 30, and jukes across the 35-yard line to the 36. Another nice return by Ian McCune, who's having a fantastic ball game and senior season for the Mustangs.
Yeah, he's really became a pretty dynamic special teams player. He's the punter. He returned the kick just then. He's often in on the coverage tackles. And of course, defensively, he's a hawk, able to sniff the ball out frequently. Always there, very quickly on the tackles. He's a kid that is having a great senior year.
So Pryor Lamb leads the boys back out there with Hunter Bradley behind him. And does Apollo take a timeout right out of the gates? They do, and that will absolutely drive Coach John Edge insane, as his Eagles had a light player get on the field. Only had 10 players come out, and John Edge is on the 50-yard line in front of, or I'm sorry, near the left hash. He is furious, understandably.
Yeah, you want to start right, and then all of a sudden you have to burn a timeout. That could really, really hurt you in the second half. I mean, imagine we go score here, and then we maintain that, and you're trying to go in for a touchdown, and you need a timeout. You just wasted it,
before time starts.
Yeah, 9 seconds into the first half, or second half. That would be awful.
So that is not what Apollo wanted to start. First down and 10 for the Mustangs. Their own 36. High snap. Hunter Bradley receives the handoff. Flag in the backfield after a gain of about 4. The last thing the Mustangs need is a penalty to start, and they will not. This is going to be a chop block on Apollo. That is not what Apollo wanted in the first 16 seconds of this second half.
No, that's a 15-yarder.
So now the Mustangs have allowed Apollo to burn a timeout and a 15-yard penalty to put them in great shape at the 50. Now, if you're McCracken County, you need points out of this drive as you're already at midfield.
You're right. You've gotten 2 gifts from Apollo. You got to capitalize on them.
First down and 10 for the Mustangs. Lamb gets the snap. Looks, throws right side. It is complete to Hughes Jr. Just tries to jukes on this near sideline. Not much room at all. In fact, he'll lose half a yard to make it second and about 11.
That play not turned out very well. A little screen pass, and well covered by Apollo. Kind of 3 guys to the football. Not much going there. Now we're behind the sticks. Second and 11. Like I said, not very many teams can hang out behind the sticks and second and long and have productive drives.
Second and 11. Snap. It is a throw over the middle. It is incomplete. It was a low throw by Lamb. It was going to be very hard for Xander Mays to grab it. He almost did it.
He did. He had it for a second. Too low, like around his ankles, and he couldn't pull it in. Tough.
And Xander had real estate.
Yeah, he did. Hit him in stride, and that's a first down easily, maybe even more.
So it'll be third down and 11 for the Mustangs. On their own 49, trailing 10-7. Snap. Lamb drops back, under pressure, throws left side. It is incomplete as he tried to get Xander, but out threw him just a little bit beyond his reach. That'll make it fourth down, and the Mustangs got a gift, and in 4 downs, or 3 downs, I should say, went negative 1 yard.
Yeah, that's unfortunately the tale of the game so far offensively is a whole lot of backwards.
And now if you're McCracken County, you have a chance to at least pin Apollo back deep in their own territory. So the Mustangs will try to do that here with a punt from Ian McCune. He gets the snap. It's a short end-over-end punt that bounces at the 33, takes an Apollo bounce, and inside the 45, back to the 48, and so some terrible luck. However, there's a flag in the backfield. Did Apollo? No, it's going to be a hold on McCracken. So what started out to be a disastrous start for Apollo has since become a disastrous start for McCracken County. That is going to be declined, and so that will make it first down and 10 for Apollo. See where they spotted, I believe, on the 48.
Yeah, that's
And I mean, that wasn't the best of punts from McCune, but he's had a phenomenal night on defense and punting the football, so I really don't blame him in the least.
The problem was the ball landed at the 30, and we didn't have coverage there to stop it from going back to the 48.
First down and 10. The defense back out on the field. Apollo on their own 48, leading 10-7. It is a handoff as Patterson hit hard at the line. Does escape, though, across the 50. First down across the 40. And he's brought down at the 38. He was hit hard, and I mean hard, at the 50. Stood up and shook it to get about 15 more.
Nate Helmich has been a big player for us tonight in the run game. You know, your free safety can't be your best player in the run game because, like that's a 10-yard clip. He's getting pretty much every time he's tackling somebody, it's after a gain of 10. And thank goodness for Nate Helmich. Saved a touchdown. But
he did.
We need our defensive front to handle that.
First down and 10 for Apollo on the McCracken 37. As a handoff to Patterson, this time swarmed by Mustangs. Dives forward for really no gain. That'll make it 2nd and 10.
That was Tayton Bettinger who stood up his lineman and caused that guy to bounce, and then it looked like Dalton Skinner came in from the backside for the tackle. 2 seniors.
I want to give a shout out to Beth Stokes saying, "Go Mustangs." Good to hear from you, Beth. Brought to you by the Sailor Connection, Lone Oak Road, next to Seaplant Federal Credit Union in Paducah. 2nd and 10 for Apollo. 10 minutes, third quarter, 10-7, Apollo. Snap. It is Patterson. Big hole, 30, 25, upended at the 20. A gain of 16, make it 17. First down and 10 inside the 20 at the 19.
Nate Helmich and Ian McCune, again, combo for the tackle. Way too deep in the secondary for my comfort. They are feeling it here.
And a chance for Apollo to potentially go up 2 scores here early in the third quarter. Still a long way to go in this one. First down and 10 for Apollo on the McCracken 19. It is a snap, handoff to Patterson again. He dives forward to a gain of about 2. 2nd and 8 for Apollo on the McCracken 17.
Isaiah Key on the tackle, along with Ian McCune. Good play on there on first down. You got to be tough down here. Let's bend but don't break. Yeah, we shouldn't have given up this many yards, but now that we got it down here, make it tough for them.
2nd and 8 with 9 minutes left here in the third quarter. 10-7 Apollo now inside the red zone on the McCracken 17. Mustang fans making a lot of noise. Snap. Patterson again, this time hit at the line, earning his feet, gets about a yard. That'll make it a big third down, 3rd and about 7. And probably 4 down territory, though Bowman does have the leg for a field goal. I think Apollo's wanting 6.
Yeah, if they can get a touchdown, that's obviously what they're going to try to go for. I would say they're going to go for it because another field goal only puts them up 6 as opposed to 10. So I don't know if a field goal would do any good.
Levinsky has the snap. Handoff is going to be kept by Levinsky across the end to the 15, maybe the 14, a gain of about 4. That'll make it 3rd and about, let's call it 4, maybe 5. This is
field goal units coming
I think you go for it with Bowman. I think you're right. He has a phenomenal foot.
I think if it was like a 4th and 3 or something, they would try to go for it. But I guess you take the points when you can get them.
Not a gimme. It'll be 31 yards if he gets it.
Has the leg for it, but we'll see.
Chance to go up 13-7 for Apollo. Snap low, hold good. Kick is up. It is good. With 7:25 left here in the third quarter, the Eagles add a little bit more. They lead the Mustangs 13-7. If you are the McCracken defense, Jared, bend but don't break on that series.
Yeah, that's as good an outcome as you can find. And, Apollo's, smart, not gambling, going for the points as opposed to the touchdown. But, now the offense has got to figure something out. We're quickly seeing that if we can't move the ball, they're going to keep doing that. Even 3 points at a time, their lead is going to become insurmountable if we can't score here.
The good news is it's not at the moment. It is
correct.
A one-score game, but the offense has got to find some sort of rhythm. As McCracken did try to open up the passing game last series, but just not quite there on that series. We'll be back here in 5 seconds. 7:25 in the third quarter. The Mustangs trail 13-7 to the Eagles of Apollo on a 31-yard field goal by their kicker, Harrison Bowman. And now the Eagles will kick back off, and you and I talking off air with the folks on YouTube now trying to find a rhythm. Are the Mustangs on offense?
Yeah, we've got to just kind of begin to figure some things out, find out what works for us, and just going to press on that button until something breaks.
So it is an end-over-end kick for the Eagles. McCune takes it at the 10 and will return it. 15, 20. Cuts it now towards the right, 25. And a shoestring tackle gets him to about the 28, where the Mustangs will take over first down and 10.
So we got another offensive series here. We've said this quite often here tonight. We've just got to be productive and kind of stop shooting ourselves in the foot.
Long way to go, to say the least, for the Mustangs. As just 7 minutes left in the third quarter, only down 6. As the McCracken County set and ready to go for their second series of the second half. Lamb looks, throws it left side. Screenplay for Masick, cuts it off at the 35. First down across the 40, and he'll go down around the 43-yard line. Nice play on first down.
Definitely a first down this time. Nick Masick made sure he showed that. Nick Masick's role in this offense will only continue to grow. He's a big body. He's got good hands. He's a good route runner. Obviously, he's coming along with the run blocking, but you're going to see him more and more in the future be in the passing game.
Nick Masick in motion. Lamb gets the snap, hands off to Hunter Bradley, looking for a room on the right side, hit in the backfield, and not much doing. As he does get across the line of scrimmage for a gain of about 2, but credit to Apollo. They are getting a nice job setting the edge and making sure nothing's there.
Yeah, and Hunter Bradley, generally sticks his foot in the ground and plows upfield, but he's a little hesitant on the edge. And what he needs to do is just put the shoulders down and bowl some kids over. He's capable of doing that. He's got to get that done.
Second down and 8 as Lamb hands it off to Bradley. Hit at the line and drop. Not much doing there. That'll make it third and about 7 on a gain of 1. Henderson County up on Davis County 35-13. 6:18 left in the third quarter, so it looks like the winner of this will travel to Henderson next Friday night to face the Colonels. The Mustangs would love a rematch.
Apollo would too.
Certainly. They had Henderson on the ropes as well.
It was 14-10, 14-11, something like that.
As Lamb pump fakes, looking down the right sideline, has a man. It's caught by Masick inside the 30 to the 29.
Masick, that's Nick Masick, the tight end. Of course, the first person there to congratulate them, running all the way across the field to do so, is his twin brother, Zach.
That's what the Mustangs needed on a big third down. First down and 10 now for McCracken County in Apollo territory at the 30. Mustangs trying to take the lead, trailing 13-7, 5:20 here in the third quarter. As Lamb hands it off. Nope, keeps it himself. Now looking to run with it. Has some blockers in front of him. There's a flag. This is coming back, unfortunately. As Lamb scampers to a gain of about 9, that will be no go. It will instead be 2nd and 1, 1st and long.
Another holding.
And so that's
4 yards deep in the backfield. So you're looking at a 1st and 15, or I'm sorry, 25.
And so this is what we have discussed. The penalties for the offense is crippling. This drive is not over, but it's hard to get 25 yards in 3 plays.
It looked like a broken play, too.
It was.
Like the handoff didn't work, and then we had to go the opposite way, and that often leads to a holding call.
1st and 24 now officially for the Mustangs on the Apollo 44. Lamb, hand off to Bradley. Full head of steam, has it across the 40, has a hole across the 30, has a 20, has a first down, now to the end zone, touchdown Mustangs!
Mustangs get it going with Hunter Bradley's legs. Right up the gut, and he runs away from him.
That's what the Mustangs needed as we're tied at 13. That was phenomenal.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there.
4:40 third quarter. The Mustangs can take the lead on the foot of Barrett Buchanan. Snap, good. Hold, good. Kick is up, and it is good. 4:40 in the third quarter. The Mustangs take the lead. It's 14-13, and Jared, that was the burst of momentum the Mustangs were looking for.
Yeah, Hunter Bradley getting it done for him.
So that was 44 yards, I believe, on the touchdown after a big penalty. That's what you like to see as well for McCracken County, not letting that penalty beat you.
Yeah, that's a great response by us. That was a pretty simple play right up the gut. Well blocked, though, by the offensive line. That's awesome.
Now, if you're McCracken County, you're probably going to see Harold Patterson just a little bit more.
Correct. I think he's going to continue to drill it.
So McCracken leads 14-13. 4:40 here in this third quarter. After both teams have been a little bit sluggish in this quarter, but both teams have found points. But how big of a difference was Apollo's field goal versus McCracken's touchdown?
Well, thank goodness we held them to that, because you're right. That's our lead right there. We held them to two field goals when they got in the red zone. They got to be disappointed about not being able to put those in, because it would have been 21-14.
So the Mustangs will kick back off. Reminder, if you are listening, you can also watch this game on YouTube on the McCracken Media YouTube channel. Over 300 watching at the moment as I take a look as the kickoff end over end. And it is dropped, but it goes out of bounds, and Apollo will keep it. But a wonderful tackle by Ian McCune.
Once again, the guy is just everywhere this game. Now he's on defense, too. He is feeling it. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets himself another interception.
And you'll see him do big things for Coach Berlin-Brower and the Mustangs this winter as well.
Yeah, the kid's quite the athlete. He's a pretty good baseball player, too, though I'm not sure if he's playing anymore. He's just one of those kids who probably be good at ping pong and pool if you put him out there.
Is the Mustangs on the basketball side, regional champs. Ian McCune, a massive part of that. Now the Mustangs a 1-point lead, 14-13, 4:40 here in the third quarter. Apollo with it, and Patterson gets it. As he's hit at the line, dives forward for a gain of about 2 to the 40-yard line, 2nd and 8. And Apollo lineman slow to get up. As I cannot see who is the lineman at the moment for Apollo, but he is down at the moment. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, the Mustangs lead 4:26 in the third. It's 14-13, McCracken County. So if you are McCracken County, Jared, as we stay here on YouTube, you are looking for Harold Patterson to get it almost every snap, but respecting Levinsky for what he can do with a play fake.
Yeah, what you do is you got to realize that they're going to try to lull you to sleep with Harold Patterson, and then Levinsky has the ability to take it around the edge and just, really hurt you on the ground. And then also at the same time, the play fake.
5 seconds.
A pass fake what's called play action to the running back. That could be dangerous.
Here we go. Back here at the Barron broadcast booth, the Mustangs on top, 14-13, 4:18 in the third. As Levinsky drops back, throws right side, incomplete as it went through the hands of his intended receiver, Evan Miller. That'll make it 3rd down and 8. A big 3rd down here for the Mustang D.
That would have been a good 5 or 6 yard play. It would have been 3rd and 2 if that would have caught and he was open. Just a missed opportunity by them.
3rd down and 8. The Mustangs up by 1 precious point. 14-13, 4:14 left in this third quarter. Levinsky drops back. Pressure coming. Levinsky steps into the pocket. Now looking to run, and he's sacked. Loss of about 4 makes it 4th down and 11.
DeAndre Bolin with a huge clutch tackle. Looks like a sack, I think. And that's a big moment for the defense to get him up right there. That's the 4th tackle for the loss of the game, which is actually kind of low for us. We're usually in the double digits and being able to drop him in the backfield. Regardless, big play.
You feel the momentum's just kind of switching ever so slightly to the Mustangs. See if McCracken can continue this momentum as it's a booming punt from Bowman. It's across the 45, across the 35, and goes out of bounds. I'm going to say at the 33-yard line where the Mustangs take over, first down and 10. Every drive is going to be massive, so I don't want to beat that dead horse, but this is a large drive for the Mustangs in your own territory, up by 1 point. Any type of big play is massive, turnover or touchdown.
Correct. This is two evenly matched teams, especially while our offense really tries to figure it out. They did very well last drive, and let's try to continue that success. I like the mixture of but you got to be able to hurt them one way in order for the second way to really come available.
First down and 10 for the Mustangs on their own 33. Hand off to Hunter Bradley. Cuts right side. He's hitting the backfield, though, and really nothing going. He may get back to the line of scrimmage, but that's it. First or second down and 10.
Bad block up front. Had two linemen pull. One of them missed his block, which is, of course, why he got dropped for no gain. When the offensive line's clicking, it's easy money.
3 minutes, third quarter, 14-13, McCracken on top. Alongside Jared Adams, I'm Eric Chumbler. Thanks for joining us here tonight. There's a high snap, rolling to his left, throwing to his left. It is caught. Jeremiah Hughes Jr., a gain of about 4, maybe 5, will make it third down and 5.
Big third down here. I know we say that a lot, but the way you should play as a player is the next play is the most important one. What's my job? Do my job. Not the next play is the important one. I gotta hit for the fences. I just do my job. But in terms of momentum, we gotta contain and control the momentum as opposed to giving them the ball right back.
Third down and 5 on the McCracken's own 38-yard line, leading by 1 point, 14-13. 2:59 in the third quarter. As Lamb throws right side, Masick caught. First down across the 45 to the 46.
Reliable first down getter.
He reminds me of a Jason Witten type receiver.
Yes. He's just one of those guys that doesn't mind getting hit as he catches. He's got good hands. He expects to get hit. He doesn't cough it up. He can find the sticks. If you've ever met him, he's a very smart kid. So it's not, he's got brains. He knows football very well. He's very athletic. He's going to be a big part of our offense, and you can see right there why he's so valuable.
First down and 10 as we approach 2 minutes in the third. The Mustangs up by 1. High snap. Lamb gets it. Busted play. Can he do anything with it? He can't. It's going to be a large loss on the play of about 6, maybe 7. Ooh. And so that puts McCracken behind the sticks. 2nd and 16 now. Nearing midfield, but now knocked back to the 39.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a loss of 6 on first down. Now you got to figure out how to get a third down from this. And notice the success we've had, except for the big touchdown run by Hunter, was 5 and 6 yards at a time.
Jeremiah Hughes Jr. in motion. Lamb hands off to Hunter Bradley. Looking for a hole, has it across the 40, 45. Comes off a couple of attackers, and he will be brought down around the 47, maybe the 48, making it a manageable third down and about 7.
It's good blocking up front by the offensive line, too. Obviously, when Hunter makes contact with somebody, good things happen for us. But, the offensive line did a good job, probably 4 or 5 yards before he had to worry about contact. Able to pick up a good chunk. Now, third and long, so that's where our loss on first down really hurts us.
1 minute left in this third quarter. The Mustangs up 14-13. McCracken near midfield, third down and 7. Lamb rolling to his left, looking to throw. Throws to his left, and it's caught, but it is just short of a first down to Xander Mays.
Wow,
as he brought it down at the 46. Needs to get to the 45, makes it an ever-important 4th down and 1.
This could be a big play. Obviously it's going to continue our drive, but if Apollo stuffs this, you're talking about a huge play for them. They're only down 1. We'll get the ball around midfield. See, to me, I'd be considering punting this.
I think I would too. Is Coach Clark going to take a timeout? We'll keep one right here As I go back towards Twitter, want to give a shout-out to Scott Thomas, a shout-out from Coach White's newly open man cave. Good to hear from you all as he says, go Mustangs. Ben Harshman listening in as well. Good to hear from you, Ben. You can let us know you're listening. Tweet me at Eric Chumler or text the Cellular Connection text hotline 270-557-8223. 270-557-8223. And in just a few moments after this third quarter concludes, we will have a trivia question to win some airtime earbuds from the Cellular Connection. And so stay tuned for that. It will be a trivia question. You will need to text the correct answer to 270-557-8223. So get that ready. 270-557-8223.
I probably should write it out so I don't accidentally say the answer.
It's an interesting strategy right there. I admire it.
The answer is 2. Oh, crap.
And so it's 4th down and 1 for McCracken County. Massive play right here. The Mustangs are going to go for it. It is Hunter Bradley in the backfield alongside Jeremiah Hughes Jr. It is going to be Hunter Bradley who fumbles it, looking to make something of it, and he cannot. He's going to be brought down in the backfield for a loss. There are late flags. Could that be a face mask?
Looks like holding.
I think you're right.
And they love throwing that one.
And so we will check and see what this penalty is. It's going to be massive. Could Apollo have it in McCracken territory, or will the Mustangs get a first down from a penalty on a busted play? Here we go. Personal foul. Face mask, Apollo. My goodness, what a massive, massive mistake by Apollo. That is unbelievable.
We made a really bad mistake fumbling the handoff, and they allowed us to recover by face masking us. It looks like the incidental type, but you gotta know where your hands are and stop yanking on helmets. He was already stopped.
He was.
You know what I mean? You just shot yourself in the foot.
And the Mustangs see if they can take advantage. 35 seconds left here in the third quarter, leading by 1, 14-13. A massive gift for the Mustangs. Snap. It is Hunter Bradley looking the left edge. Has a hole across the 35, down to the 30 near a first down. And there's a flag in the backfield. It's a hold against McCracken County.
That's baloney on that one. Our left tackle pancaked somebody on the sideline, and they called a holding on that.
I was not looking in that area, so I'm glad you were able to find that one for me.
Verify that for me, YouTube.
And so that will make it, instead of a first down on the run, a loss of 10 yards and first down and 20 back at midfield. 19 seconds left, and the clock will run, which will allow McCracken County to use the clock and in the third quarter. We've got a dandy here tonight. We are going to the end of the third quarter, and the Mustangs hold a 1-point lead, 14-13. We're going to keep it right here. And an opportunity to win some airtime earbuds from the Cellular Connection on Lone Oak Road in Paducah. And the way to win is the first person to text the correct answer to 270-557-8223 will win the airtime earbuds from the Cellular Connection. That phone number one more time before Jared reads the question, 270-557-8223. So Jared Adams, without revealing the answer, read us tonight's trivia question.
All right, here we go. Hunter Bradley has the record for McCracken County for most touchdowns in a game. How many touchdowns and against who?
So how many touchdowns did Hunter Bradley, and this has relevance for tonight, that's your hint.
Yep.
And against who? How many touchdowns and against who? It is a lucky number. First down and 20. We will see who the winner is in just a moment. It will be First down and 20 for the Mustangs on their own 50. Started the fourth quarter as Lamb looks, throws over the middle of the field. It is caught by Xander Mays. Gets back to the original line of scrimmage. Inside the 40 to the 39. That'll make it 2nd down and 9.
Love to see him getting involved. He's a kid who's been under the weather, and I'm not talking COVID. I'm just talking about he's got some other things that's really kept him from the field. And it's good to see him back out here and feeling much better. And you can see the big part of this offense that he brings is just his ability, his awareness, his hands. He's a good player for us.
2nd and 9 is a handoff to Hunter Bradley across the 40, trying to carry a couple of Eagles with him. Now surrounded by Eagles around the 35-yard line. It will be a gain of about 4, 3rd down and 5. We do have a winner. I was able to text the winner. I will announce that in just a moment. It's someone we all know up here. 3rd down and 5 for the Mustangs. On the Apollo 35-yard line. Lamb sends Hughes Jr. in motion. Lamb gets the snap, looking to roll to his left. Now cuts it up, looking for room. Has the first down across the 30. Tripped up around the 26. Wonderful play, Pryor Lamb. He gets the first down.
By the way, Pryor Lamb has run for it 3 times and probably has 50 yards on the ground if not for the 2 penalties that brought back the first 2. This one, he gets it to go. Great clutch run. I like to see him get involved a little bit more. He's not slow.
There was a lot of texts come in, but there is one winner.
Okay, but were they all right?
Most were, yes. It was the number 7 against Apollo was the correct answer. The first person who, by just a millisecond, that's the one thing as this phone puts it in order, Miss Jane Edwards, who was able to remember because she was listening to us that night. Yeah. Hunter Bradley last year at Apollo got 7 touchdowns against Apollo. So congratulations to Jane Edwards for winning airtime earbuds from the Cellular Connection. Jane, I will message you this weekend on how to collect those. And thank you for all that have messaged here tonight. We are, if the Mustangs win tonight, big if, because this one's close, if the Mustangs win tonight, in advance to next week, we will be giving away Apple AirPods next week. And so a chance for you to listen if the Mustangs can win here tonight. So thank you to Jane Edwards, tonight's winner, brought to you by the Cellular Connection, Lone Oak Road next to Seaplant in Paducah. We go back to the action. 1st down and 10 for the Mustangs, driving in Apollo territory. 1st and 10 on the 26, leading 14-13. Snap. It's Bradley, straight up the middle as he escapes a couple of tackles and then some. 10-5, touchdown Mustangs!
This is very similar to the last time we played them. Tied at halftime, or close at halftime, and then we just start to impose our will on them in this second half. Very similar to how it went down last time.
And that made something out of nothing. It looked like they were going to have him stuffed, but he found a second gear and found the end zone to make it 20-13, a critical extra point coming up here. Barrett Buchanan for the extra point. Snap, good. Hold, good. Kick is up. It is good. 10-17 in the 4th quarter. The Mustangs take a big 21-13 lead. Now, if you're McCracken County, you've got a ton of momentum. You're relying back on your defense.
True. Our defense has really got to make sure we can stop them. Big shout-out, by the way, to Barrett Buchanan. Do you realize how clutch the 3 extra points have been tonight? You know, that could be the game right there. And he's done a fantastic job in the kickoff realm as well. So props to Barrett Buchanan there. He's really doing well.
And now McCracken County will kick back off on the foot of Buchanan. And now if you are McCracken County, you've figured out a few things offensively.
Yes, we have. And you're starting to see us loosen up. You're starting to see them, really expose some problems that we can take advantage of. Now defensively, we just got to stop them. And we've done that, but it seems like they've also hurt themselves in the second half when they're on offense. So if they can clean that up, it could be in for a close game.
I have a lot of shout-outs to get to. I will try to get to that here in just a moment. McCracken to kick, as it's an end-over-end kick. It's going to bounce at the 25, still
Lord.
loose, but it goes out of bounds, and that will.
Another great kick by Barrett Buchanan. What he does is he places it right in between receivers, and they just don't know who's. It's like that fly ball in the outfield. It's your ball. No, it's yours. And so he's really done a job making them confused about where the ball is going.
I want to give a shout-out to Coach Andy Ford of the Graves County Eagle baseball team listening in tonight.
Why you hate Graves?
That's right, as Joe Jackson would say. More to get to in just a moment. First down for Apollo, trailing now McCracken County. 10-17 in the fourth. As Levinsky under a lot of pressure, rolling to his right, and that will be intentional grounding as he dumped it to his right. I don't think was that a receiver in?
Yeah.
Was that a lineman?
Patterson was right there in front of him.
I thought it was a lineman on first thought. It was Patterson, a receiver.
Great job by Leandre Bolin, really pressuring him from the backside of that. Man, the fact that he's only a junior is just really cool. Leandre Bolin Jr. is just fantastic.
Oh, my goodness, yes.
I have his sister in basketball, and she is also awesome. She's just quite a dynamic kid. Great kid, but also a great basketball player.
Second down and 10 for Apollo on their own 35. The Mustangs up 21-13. Snap. It is going to be rolling to his right. Levinsky looking. Now surrounded. Looking again. Throws, and it's incomplete. Almost made something out of nothing as he chucked it up to Evan Miller.
Oh.
And there's a fight in the backfield. And there is a big skirmish in the backfield now between both teams. I did not see what happened. I only saw the after effects, but it will bring out some flags. And did not see exactly what happened, but
I'll say this. From my perspective, we didn't do a darn thing.
And now we will kind of wait and see what the officials say. The head coach for Apollo comes out to his midfield to state his case to the officials. Coach Clark stating his case to the officials. And now the officials will have their own conference to decide what took place. I was looking down at my roster to figure out the wide receiver that was involved on the previous play that almost brought down a wonderful catch. It did not happen, so prior to the penalty, it is second down and 10 now for Apollo on their own 35, trailing 21-13. The question is, what happens now?
To me, it looked like our defender had tackled their quarterback, and he got mad and was holding our defender on top of him, punching him. That's what it looked like to me, and we were trying to get off of him. But then again, I'm up here in the booth. I can't tell.
I do have clarification a little bit, as I do believe one will be on Apollo, maybe for after the fact.
Yeah,
but
that's for sure.
that will be discussed what happened before, because there was a flag prior to that. Now, Coach Clark gathering the Mustangs around him, because that is a great move. Basically, I can guarantee you what he's saying. Don't let your emotions dictate the next 10 minutes of gameplay.
Yeah, you got a big opportunity in front of you. You can blow it by playing with emotions, or you can strap your helmets up and play some football between the whistles.
You mean, yeah, between the whistles. I thought you meant after the whistles. Like, no, you can't
Get
quite do that.
a couple shots in. That's okay.
That's not
that's not the message.
That is frowned upon. And so it will be a discussion ongoing amongst the officials to our left. Coach Clark not too far behind, trying to get a little inside info on the discussion. And we will watch what I assume will be.
I don't think it's off. My gut says, I don't know. What I saw and what could have happened is two different things. Come on, YouTube. Tell me what happened.
That's right. So the head official moving over to Coach Mark Clark to discuss. There will be an official now head towards the Apollo sideline for a discussion as well. The situation, the Mustangs up 21-13, 10 minutes left in the fourth. That was, in my now 91 games of covering McCracken football, probably the most intense after the whistle skirmish I've witnessed yet.
Yeah, there's been some little scuffles on the sideline when someone hit someone late or close to it.
And
but
so,
thankfully, it didn't evolve.
No. Credit to both coaching staffs for getting the situation under control quickly. And so it will be an interesting discussion here in just a moment.
All right, what's the verdict here? Lowered. Where's the Jeopardy music?
Still waiting.
He's over there the White Hats are talking to their head coach. My guess is there's going to be someone tossed on that side because the little scuffle problem was happening between two people, and one of their players got involved and added to it. And that really started up more of the bigger scrum of it.
Coach Clark beginning another team talk as Apollo not quite doing the same on the far end. They are a little bit more scattered trying to figure out the action. Here we go with the signals. Personal foul against Apollo.
No, against us.
Oh, I'm sorry. Personal foul now against Apollo. So offsetting penalties against both sides. And that is the verdict.
I really thought one of them should have been ejected.
Agreed. So it will be 2nd and 10.
That's code for I didn't see what happened. That's a great way to appease both sides.
2nd and 10 for Apollo now on their own 35. Now
funny.
Which team gathers their emotions? It's
Correct.
a supercharged environment
We're
now.
on defense. If we take another shot, it could, a dirty shot or whatever. You got to do a good job controlling your emotion and not press too much. Goodness.
So this crowd was already pretty amped up. It's only going to get more amped up now. 2nd down and 10. And now there's a discussion on what down this should be, I believe, and there's going to be...
the officials are having a meeting with the players.
I believe it is a let's calm down and come to Jesus. Let's pray. And so there's some shaking of hands, and we move back. That's good to see. Sportsmanship on both sides. Let's play football. 3rd down now and 10 for Apollo on their own 35-yard line, trailing 21-13. Levinsky dropping back under some pressure, and he is sacked. There is a flag.
Isaiah
is it
Keys.
a hold?
It's got to be the way he threw it, but that was Isaiah Keys on the blitz just blowing up the quarterback right in his face.
It is a hold against Apollo. And so
declined.
that'll make it 4th and long. The Mustangs will get the football back.
That's a great way to respond right there.
You're seeing a lot of maturity from the Mustangs this second half, which says a lot when you consider they've only practiced once the last 2 weeks. So Zach Masick back deep for the Mustangs to field this punt. Snap is good. The punt is a nice sidewinding punt. Masick, fair catch made at the 48 where the Mustangs will take over. There is a flag on the sideline, and I think this may be a sideline warning on Apollo. I think tensions are rising a little bit on that side.
So whenever there's a special teams play, the official needs to run the sideline. If he touches anybody when that happens, that's an automatic flag. If anyone's in his way, that's why you see 2 sets of line. So right on the sideline, there's this hashed line. That's for the officials to run. The coaches get the next set, and then the players need to be behind that. So if he bumped anybody, that's what it is. Sometimes it's a warning, though.
And sportsmanlike conduct against Apollo. Well.
What?
Against McCracken. Well, I'm completely confused.
Me too.
So I'm not sure what's going on.
So, I didn't see that. Was it we Chips knocked somebody out of bounds or something?
It may be. I was not I don't know. So we will take 10 yards off of McCracken. I'm sorry, 15 yards off McCracken's spot. Or 45. And so that will be an unsportsmanlike conduct against the Mustangs, putting them back inside the 35 to the 32. What a game. First down and 10 for the Mustangs, leading 21-13, 9:37 left in this one between two teams, putting it all out there tonight. You got to be proud of both teams here tonight. As the back judge was a little bit late getting this position, he cracked a smile on that. Nice sprint, though. He had a wonderful sprint time on that. Now he's ready. We'll try it again. First down and 10. Snap. It's a bad one. It goes into the backfield. It is loose. It is going to be whose football? Hunter Bradley's. He's able to jump on it. But that's going to be a loss of about 20.
25. Lots. I'll let you guys do the math, but I think it's more than 20. 1, 2.
Product of the Indiana Public Schools, aren't you? It's second down, and I have nothing against the state of Indiana. I just like to rib you for those that are from Indiana.
Our football team, IU,
they
for some
are
reason
good.
is good. I don't know how that happened, when that happened. I think Bob Knight was a kid last time that happened.
Second down and long. It's Hunter Bradley straight up the middle, gets back to the 20. And so that's a gain of about 7, making it third. It's going to be third and about
lots.
23. Thank you to Julian Mitchell on that one. 8:30 left in this ball game.
How many 3rd and 23 plays do you think he's got on that piece of paper?
In your own territory, too.
Your own territory. It's let's try to get to the 30-yard line and then punt.
That's right. 8:20 left in this ball game, which is far from over. Coach Clark going to let this clock go down to 1, then call a timeout. He does. And so 8:15 left in this one. The Mustangs call a timeout. They still have 2 timeouts. Nope, that's 1 timeout remaining now.
Oh, goodness.
And so if you're McCracken County, you're up 21-13, 8:15 left in this ball game. At times, the offense has had some trouble gaining a lot of yards at once. So I think your thought process of maybe going a conservative type play here and punting and just trying to give it back to your defense.
Correct. You know, it's probably still a passing down, but, you know, you don't have to air it out and go for a low percentage throw. You do something across the middle, some kind of comeback route, about 10 yards or so. If it breaks big, yay. If not, you are in a good position to get a good punt off. Otherwise, you could be punting on inside the 10-yard line. Your punter would be standing, and that wouldn't be any good.
Had several, including Brad Vos, who I know quite well from Indiana. John Willis is a Hoosier as well. Come to your defense. So
thank you.
My apologies. I do apologize to those two for sure. Third down and 23. As there's a handoff to Bradley. Scoots across to the 25, make it the 27.
That's a good
and
game.
That's exactly right. And you will kind of give the keys back to the defense with 8 minutes on the dot, leading 21-13.
Shout out to somebody who I work with, Chad Hawes, who says it's football, not chess. But at the same time, that's a smart move because, you know, you can't, like you said, don't try to hit a home run every time. Let's talk about field position, right? Get a good punt off, and we can hopefully keep them on their side of the 50. That's a win for us.
4th and 16 for the Mustangs on their own 27, leading 21-13. Looking for a rematch with Henderson County next week. Nice snap. McCune. It's a good kick. Straight liner takes a wonderful bounce across the 50, across the 40 to the 38.
Good bunt.
Ian McCune's been phenomenal tonight. A pick 6, a 50, I think we said 55-yard punt earlier.
I'll say we need a special teams player of the game.
He would win it in a landslide.
Yeah, he would.
He's up for defensive player of the game for sure.
Yes, that's for sure. He's got a third of our points.
First down and 10 for Apollo. They need a touchdown and 2-point conversion to tie it. 7:21 left in the ball game. 21-13 McCracken.
They got plenty of time.
Levinsky hands it off to Harold Patterson. Hit at the line and dropped.
Gain of maybe 1 on the last-minute dive forward.
Hunter Vlack, a nice job to seal him and drop him.
This is a great defense led by great seniors, and it's great to see them making plays in big games.
2nd and 9 as we are now under 7 minutes to play with the Mustangs up by 8. 21-13. Levinsky gets the snap, drops back, pump fakes, airs left sideline, incomplete. Man-to-man coverage on the play, making it 3rd and 9.
Well overthrown as well. Third and long is good for us. It generally means that they're going to be passing, and when they pass, they're just not very good. Not as good as they are when they run the ball. In fact, they have run the pass a lot in the second half. I mean, strangely so. I thought that was the problem they had in the first game. They passed too much.
Led to their undoing against the Mustangs in the first one. May have led to their undoing again tonight. Still 6.5 minutes left. Fever pitch crowd for the Mustangs. Levinsky drops back under pressure, throws over the middle of the field, has a man. It's caught in the 30, but it may be coming back. 2 flags on the play. It looks to be holding against Apollo. It is.
Hey, they got a little taste of our medicine.
And so what would go for a...
That's the thing about referees. I don't know how bad the call was. I was watching the ball in the air. But when you start throwing, I mean, you could throw a holding flag every play. There's holding everywhere.
And what turned out to be a 35-yard gain to Ben Armour will end up being a loss when you consider the penalty, because it was in the backfield of about 14 yards.
I think the rule should be only call a holding if 2 people see it and 2 flags are on the field. That one had 2 flags, okay. But if only 1 person sees the holding, it's not a holding. That's my rule.
So I like it. Throw something different.
Yeah. I mean, 2 people have to verify your...
3rd down and long, dropping back. Levinsky steps into the pocket, looking, now throws down the middle of the field. It's well over the intended receiver, incomplete. And that's going to be pass interference on Apollo, I believe.
That actually just might be unsportsmanlike because he just shoved him for no reason.
You might be seeing
Good
the
coverage by
emotions.
Colton Crowd, by the way.
You might be seeing the emotions of Apollo getting the best of them here in the 4th quarter. They are unraveling at the seams the last couple of plays.
And the first half went so well for them. They just really were in a good position, and now they're starting to shoot themselves in the foot.
Waiting for the play call. The Mustangs look like they are going to decline it. It is offensive pass interference against Apollo. It is declined. It's 4th and eternity for Apollo with 6:11 left in this ball game. Still far from over.
We'll look to get this thing back around the 50-yard line.
So that will 4th and 24, as you said. The Mustangs looking around midfield to get the football with 6:11 left in this one. Up 8, 21-13. Their punter is Bowman. I was going to say he can boom one, but it is blown dead as a flag in the backfield. That is going to be, was it delay? It is delay of game against Apollo. So what was 4th and eternity is 4th and affinity. They're on the 20. They'd need to get to the 50.
Yeah, that's no bueno. Is there any other analogy to infinity that you could use?
No, I think that does it.
Infinity and eternity? That's all right.
4th down and 29 as it is Bowman.
Oh, he's going to.
He's trying to rugby punt, and it is a beauty. It is gorgeous. It takes a bounce at the 40, goes out of bounds at the 36, but in the air, he got that 40-plus yards before it bounced.
If that was 4th and 10, he should have ran it. I mean, he would have had 20 yards there.
And Stan McCracken takes over. 1st down and 10. As they are looking to spot it, I think they're going to spot it on the 37. They're still looking to spot it on the left hash. It will be on the 37. The Mustangs come back out. See a lot of Hunter Bradley here?
Yeah, I think you have the same game plan because you're only up by 8 points. I don't think you go conservative. You just play football. Maybe spend a little more time between each play.
As in instead, Jeremiah Hughes Jr. looking for the edge. Now cuts it up. Not much there. And a late flag, 2 flags.
2 flags means you're allowed to have a holding call.
And so that could put McCracken behind the sticks if it is, in fact, against the Mustangs.
You need more points. I mean,
it is a hold against McCracken County. At the very least, if the Mustangs hold on tonight, you've got to find a way to clean this up in the next week. And there is an excuse in this. The Mustangs have practiced 1 time the last 2 weeks, played 1 game the last 5 weeks. I've said it a lot tonight. There is legitimacy to that.
Yep. I think the team that's going to be successful, not just here tonight but in the playoffs, are the teams that have navigated this crazy season, in a way where the kids aren't getting burned out and at the same time – they're not overworked, underworked. That's the craziness of this season.
1st and 21 for the Mustangs. Hand off to Hunter Bradley, looking for a hole. Has a hole across the 30. Spins his way across the 35. Spins his way towards about the 40. And that'll make it a manageable 3rd down for the Mustangs of about 3rd and 8.
It's actually only 2nd down because that was on 1st down. They got the holding penalty.
Good call.
So it'll be 2nd and 8. That's not bad.
Want to give a shout out to future Mustang football stud Paxton Carver listening in tonight. Look forward to watching Paxton here in the future as he will don the crimson one day. Is that shout out brought to you by the Cellular Connection, Lone Oak Road next to Seaplant in Paducah. The Mustangs up 21-13, 4:50 and counting here in the 4th quarter. Coach Clark using every bit of the play clock as that ticks down now to 5. Lamb gets the snap. Handoff. Hunter Bradley cuts left side, has a hole and then some. 40, has 1 man to beat. 30, 20, tripped up at the 15. 1st down, McCracken County.
Man, he's really starting to take over here in this game. Just kind of bending him to his will slowly. He started slow, and I think the defense might being a little gassed, and offense has finally kind of woken up and found its groove because he had no contact for the first 10 yards. That means a good hole by the offensive line.
This Mustang team is tired. You can see it on the field. But my goodness, they have persevered through quite a bit of adversity tonight, quite a bit of adversity the last month. And they are oh so close to securing a rematch in what would be a dynamite matchup with Henderson County, who is now 7-1 on the year. Snap. It is Hunter Bradley hitting the backfield and dropped. Short loss on the play. And Apollo will take a timeout. How big was that timeout they used at the very start of the half?
I knew he'd come back to bite him. I mean, you're trying to stop him here, and if you can do that, then you got to go the full length of the field in under 4 minutes. That's probably going to be under 2 by the time they get it back, if they get it back.
I am certain I've missed several shout-outs tonight, and if I have missed yours, I apologize. Feel free to send it back.
Shout out to Sean Murphy, who's listening in, the middle school offensive coordinator.
That's right. Good to hear from you, Coach Murphy. The situation here, the Mustangs lead 21-13. The Mustangs, if they win, we will travel to Henderson County next Friday night to get a rematch against the Colonels, who would then be 7-1 for the district championship.
Ooh.
That's going to be fun if the Mustangs hold on.
Yeah, that's a big game.
And so we will have that here on 99.5 The Fan. The 2nd and 12 officially. How about this atmosphere tonight?
Yeah, Bubba.
And all season long. 2nd and 12 as we get back to football. With 3:50 left, the Mustangs up 21-13. Split backs with Pryor Lamb. It is a handoff to Hunter Bradley, hitting the backfield and dropped. Expecting that. No gain. 3rd and 12. This will get the clock to 3 minutes on the dot when the Mustangs snap it. 3:30 left in the game, 30 seconds left on the play clock. And Apollo with 1 timeout left. They will use it after this next McCracken County play. It's not over. McCracken would need a field goal to essentially ice it. Apollo would then have one more chance if the Mustangs unable to score. Pryor Lamb gets the snap, looks, throws, left side. It is incomplete. And the bad news now is that stops the clock.
4th down, 3 minutes left.
Want to give a shout out. Luke Whiteside, Carter Halls cheering on the Mustangs tonight, saying great job, Mustang media team. Could not agree more with that.
Here comes the kicker.
This is a big sequence right here for the Mustangs. McCracken looking to go for what would essentially be the win. Still time left, though. Barrett Buchanan to try and nail one.
34-yarder.
34 yards.
I don't think he's taken a field goal this season.
Snap, good. Hold, good. The kick is up. It is no good.
Wide left.
It had the distance, just pulled it ever so slightly. And so this game's not over. 2:57 left. Apollo will get it, trailing by 8. 21-13. We've said it all year. Coach Brad Lawson in this defense has been phenomenal.
And Apollo has to pass in order to really get down there. They might run a little bit. They got 3 minutes. But they're going to have to put the ball in the air, and that's just not their strength. So our offense has got to be pressuring Levinsky but not creating a passing lane or a running lane, and just play good defense on the back end.
1st down and 10 for the Eagles as Levinsky throws left side, screenplay dropped as it's incomplete.
To start the season, or the series.
Side note, I was watching the far side. Ben Armour and Colton Crowell exchanging a handshake after that series. You love to see the sportsmanship after what's been a supercharged emotional game.
Correct. For the most part, you see a lot of respect between these teams. It's definitely not a rival. Now, next week, there's a little bit of frustration between them. They've battled big games.
2nd and 10. Snap, dropping back Levinsky. Throws left side, picked off!
Oh, my gosh.
He's picked off on the play. Right side it goes. That's Jackson Gruber, and he brings it down to the 23.
He threw it right to him, hit him in his belly button.
What a play by Jackson Gruber.
Jackson Gruber had the flats. He let his first guy go, and then he kind of sank right into the zone where Levinsky was looking, and that pretty much sealed the game.
What a job by the McCracken County defense tonight. Bending but not breaking several times tonight against a great Apollo offense.
By the way, Chad Hawes is a math teacher at Lona Middle School. He said negative infinity is worse than infinity.
That's actually a valid point. Stand corrected. Esley Cornelius, shout out saying go Mustangs. The Mustangs now trying to use the final 2:42. Snap. Hand off to Bradley. Looks left side. Hit in the backfield. He'll be dropped for a loss. Ooh, a late hit by an Eagle. But it did not lead to any more escalation.
Or flags? Come on, man.
You cannot do that.
4 whistles before 20 showed up.
You cannot do that. So that will not draw a flag, though it was close. The Mustang fans understandably not happy. Coach Clark not happy. That's just one of those plays that could get someone hurt. Hunter Bradley was stopped giving up on the play, and it was a player on the opposite side kind of lunging in towards Bradley. Luckily for McCracken fans, did no negative effects to Hunter. But my goodness, that always makes you nervous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that kind of stuff coming in.
And Coach Clark getting a quick discussion in with the head official.
I will say this. The head official is very willing to engage with the coaches and anybody, which is not necessarily a good thing. Sometimes you don't want to hang around and have to defend yourself. That's the call.
To his credit, you're exactly right. He is not hiding from the coaches tonight, letting them air any grievances they have, which you love to see.
Even our clock operator here got in a couple words with him at halftime.
That's right.
Didn't do any good, but
this may be the final home game of the year for McCracken County. If so, I'll mention that in just a moment. I'm not going to mention that too soon.
Even if we win against Henderson, we might.
Depends on RPI and the opponent.
So Mel would have to lose?
essentially. Wow. And so that'll make it 2nd and 14. McCracken in essentially the victory formation. 2:28 left. Apollo, no timeouts.
I stopped it when you told me to stop.
As 2:40 is what they. 2:40 is what we will reset it to.
Tried to give him 12 seconds, but it wouldn't take it.
Second and 14. And off. Nope, it's going to be Repair Lamb keeping it. Cuts it and takes a dive near the original line of scrimmage. That'll make it 3rd. Actually, I guess with the dive, he dove feet first, so the football back further would be around the 25. So that'll make it 2nd and about, or 3rd, I should say, and about 13, maybe 12. 2:15. Apollo still a chance to get the football if the Mustangs don't get a first down. But not much time as we tick towards 2 minutes. As that is right now with 12 seconds left on the play clock. Snap. Lamb hands it off to Hunter Bradley. Straight up the middle. Gets inside the 15. Near the first down marker. And this spot will determine the ball game.
And another field goal try? This one will be about a 21-yarder.
I think you go for it. It's just a short couple of inches between a first down. It's 4th and inches. For McCracken County, a first down wins it. 1:20 left. 21-13 McCracken County. And what has been a spectacular second half for the Mustangs. McCracken does have one timeout. They are going to use it, it looks like. There's the timeout. 1:04 left. McCracken up 21-13. I have all the confidence in the world Barrett Buchanan would make it. So there is that option. But when it's just a matter of an inch or two, you just almost want to give it to your big senior back.
Yeah, but if they don't get it,
that's true.
You're guaranteed no points. But then again, I don't know. Tough.
The situation, the Mustangs have it 4th and inches, 1:04 left, leading 21-13. If the Mustangs survive, they will advance to the district championship game next week at Henderson County to take on the 7-1 Henderson County Colonels and looking for revenge as Henderson got the win against McCracken County 4 weeks ago. And the Mustangs would love nothing more to get the Colonels in the district championship just like they did last year. So both teams in their huddles. Now Apollo breaking their huddle. McCracken still in their huddle on the near hash. They break and head towards the line of scrimmage. They are going to go for it.
By the way, Hunter Bradley has eclipsed 200 yards rushing tonight on 25 carries. 201 rushing yards.
4th and inches. Pryor Lamb in the shotgun with Bradley behind him. Snap. Hunter Bradley gets it. Looks. Juking. Did he get it? He got it, I believe. Second effort, he did get it. First down inside the 10 to the 9, and the Mustangs are going to survive and advance.
That was the play right there. Sealed it. Another 5 yards.
A lot of adversity came the way of the Mustangs tonight. A lot of adversity's come the way of the Mustangs the last 2 weeks. COVID has been a part of it. The team was quarantined for 2 weeks, has not played in 5 weeks. One practice the last 14 days, that was yesterday. And an Apollo team that had won 3 in a row coming to town, playing their best football in the last several seasons, posed a big threat tonight. But the Mustangs were able to sustain it as the final knee taken by Pryor Lamb. The Mustangs can survive and advance to the district championship. They win it tonight 21-13. McCracken now 5-2. A wonderful Apollo Ball Club. Their season comes to an end with a 4-4 record. Very nice season for the Eagles. But it will fall short here tonight What a win for the Mustangs, Jared Adams.
Absolutely. We kind of clawed our way back into this one, give us a shot at a little bit of a revenge game against Henderson. It'll be a good one. I'll say that much. It'll be a good one.
And so McCracken County, their 5th win to only 2 losses. And a chance to win the district championship once again. That matchup next Friday night. That will be at Henderson County High School at 7 o'clock right here on 99.5 The Fan. We'll take one timeout for the folks on 99.5 The Fan and be back with the final stats with Jimmy Garrett, players of the game, Coach Mark Clark, and more coming up. Jared Adams here on the YouTube side of things. Hard-fought win filled with heart.
Yeah, absolutely. One of those teams where things weren't clicking for us, and then we just kind of polished it up a little bit, and a win's a win. And he expected it to be an ugly one. I don't think anyone, knowing the circumstances, didn't expect that. Now you got a week of practice ahead of you. You can get your feet under you a little bit, and hopefully win the next one.
We will talk more about the matchup with Henderson County when we come back after the stats, after the players of the game. But the Colonels are playing really good football. The Mustangs will have to clean some things up between now and next week. That can be done, though.
You're right. We really need to make sure that we come into that game ready to roll. Very similar last year. We just looked like we were in a fog against Henderson County, and then we played very well against them in the playoffs. And we just need to do the same thing this year. Come in playing good football, clean football, and I think we got a good shot at it.
So the Mustangs win it 21-13. We will take a quick break here on the YouTube side. Be back on in just a moment. Mustangs win it tonight, 21-13, on a hard-fought win after McCracken County got down in the second half, down in the second half. Showed a whole lot of heart. You and I talking off air, Jared, with the folks on YouTube, showed a lot of heart here tonight to come back and in a replay of really the first matchup, get the win in the second half against Apollo.
Yeah, very, very similar in terms of the way we approached the two games. Kind of struggled early on and then made the right adjustments at halftime. Generally, from what I can tell in Clark's 4 years here, he is a second-half type of coach. Generally, they play well after halftime, which is a testament to their adjustments. And, oftentimes our second quarter is also a pretty productive one. We kind of get our feet under us. In that case, we didn't do well in the second quarter, but we definitely did well after halftime. Defense was big there, and we're going to need them next week. The defense has got to show up and shut down Ben Dalton, because that kid and who they got running the ball for them is tough, because they just are so quick, and the timing is so good offensively for Henderson County. You got to be on top of it.
Let's take a look at the final stats tonight. And with that, once again, Jimmy Garrett.
All right, we'll look at these second half scoring drives first. Apollo scored first in the third quarter with 7:25 left. They had a 7-play, 38-yard drive, ended with a 31-yard field goal by Harrison Bowman. And Apollo took a 13-7 lead there in the middle of the third quarter. McCracken County came back just 3 minutes later at the 4:40 mark. 6-play, 72-yard drive, ended up with a big 44-yard run by Hunter Bradley down the middle. Barrett Buchanan followed up with a made PAT, and McCracken County took the lead back at the 4:40 mark in the third quarter of 14-13. McCracken County ended up with the final score of the night at the 10-17 mark in the fourth quarter. McCracken County had another good drive, 12 plays, 67 yards, ended with a 26-yard run by Hunter Bradley, and Barrett Buchanan followed up with another made PAT, and McCracken County took the lead there 21-13, and as we know, that was the final score of the game. Looking at the team stats first, we'll start out with McCracken County. For tonight, they had 348 total yards, 34 rushes, 225, so two-thirds of the yards coming on the ground. Prior Lamb had a good night. 20 attempts, 14 completions, 123 total yards, no turnovers from McCracken County tonight. So good from an offensive standpoint, and 16 total first downs. So only 6 in that first half. McCracken County came back much more proficient in the second half and had 10 first downs. Taking a look now at Apollo. Apollo ended up with a total of 225 yards for the game, 30 rushes for 134. From a passing standpoint, Levinsky had 16 attempts and 6 completions for a total of 91 yards on 11 first downs. I think one thing is, Jared, for you and Eric, just to point out to you guys, in the second half, Apollo only had a total of 30 yards.
Wow.
And all 30 of those were rushing. And here's another key stat, I think, from McCracken County: 0 passing yards in the second half.
That'll draw a nice applause from the head coach of the Mustangs right behind us.
Good second half for defense from McCracken County. Just a couple other stats that we'll look at before we go into individual stats. Penalties, both teams had 11 penalties tonight. McCracken County a total of 85 yards, and Apollo was a total of 65. One of the differences in the game, as I said, McCracken County was +3 on the turnovers, 2 interceptions, and a fumble recovery by McCracken County tonight with 0 turnovers, so it was a plus there on our side. Now let's take a look at the rushing from that standpoint. We'll start out the individual stats. We'll look at McCracken County. Hunter Bradley had a big second half and a big night overall. 26 rushes, 206 yards, and 2 TTs on that 44 and 26-yard carry tonight. Jeremiah Hughes had the other yards, 4 for 34. Prior Lamb ended up with 4 carries for a -15. From a passing standpoint, as I said, Prior Lamb had a really good night. 14 out of 20 completions there for 123 yards. And from a receiving standpoint, Nick Masick had 5 receptions for 54. Hunter Bradley had 3 for 37. Xander Mays had 3 for 28. And Jeremiah Hughes had 2 for 4. So jumping over and looking at Apollo, where all their yardage mainly tonight, Harold Patterson, 25 of those rushes for 130 yards. Levinsky did have 5 rushes for 4. And from a receiving standpoint tonight, Harold Patterson had 1 reception for 43 that did result in their touchdown that they had tonight, only touchdown they had tonight. John Lynn was 2 for 26, Evan Miller 2 for 17, and Ben Armour was 1 for 5. So it just gives you a good overview. Defensively, just give you just a couple quick stats, Jared, for you to consider. I see 3 guys jumping out at me looking down through here. Hunter Black had 6 individual tackles. Nathan Helmich had 6 individual tackles. Leandre had 5 individual tackles plus that sack. So those were your 3 main guys leading from a defensive end. McCracken County ended up with 3 tackles for a loss tonight, which is a little low for where we were earlier in the season. But that gives you an overall rundown on tonight's game, Eric.
It was a wonderful job by you, as always. Thank you for your analysis and depth to the stats you bring each and every week. We've got Thanksgiving football to go to in Henderson County next week.
We do. We're on a road trip.
That's right. Appreciate it, my friend. We'll talk to you next week. That is Jimmy Garrett joining us. Now time for the victorious head coach of the Mustangs, Coach Mark Clark, joining us now. And, Coach, you found a lot of adversity come your team's way the last couple of weeks, but adversity came in doses tonight. But your team has persevered through it all and got a nice win here tonight.
Yeah, no pretty wins, ugly wins. It don't matter. It's just a win. And, man, that was gosh, what a gritty performance. And I told the kids, you know, tonight's game is just going to be about grit and toughness, and it's not going to be about X's and O's and execution, because there was a lot of times where we didn't do that. But, you know, it was just unreal the way the kids battled.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just stayed the course, and we knew it was going to be tough. I mean, obviously, you know, with the situation, but we weren't going to make excuses about it, and we just kept fighting, kept battling, and that's all I want to see from the kids.
It was a game in which you expected sloppiness and you expected penalties, and it kind of started to rear its head in inopportune times, but you expected that. 1 practice in 2 weeks, 1 game in 5 weeks. It was a night in which was not the sloppy-free, I guess you could say, but you overcame it.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I'm going to have to go back and watch the film and see if I can coach my kids up better on blocking. Like I said, I'm not going to make excuses, but we had an awful lot of holds, and inevitably, we just couldn't see it over there. There was a lot on their sideline, and so, it is what it is. But we just got to learn from it, and, our whole message to our kids all week was, let's just earn another week. Let's go out here and play for 48 minutes and try to earn another week, and we did that.
What was your halftime adjustment that you felt like really paid off?
Play better.
The message?
Just play better. I think it was, just to be honest, so, we scripted our first 30, and we were so disjointed that we didn't even get through our second series. And so I think the big thing, our second series, we're going to jump into our, 12 personnel stuff, and it wasn't until, we got in there a little bit frustrated with the, the heavy cat. I mean, that game we had a chance. We had chances to break it open. To their credit, they stopped us on inside the red zone a couple times. And the big thing that we talked to our kids about was, man, we every time we get down in the red area, we got to score. And I think we had 3 trips where we didn't end with scores. The field goal, we wanted to try to center it up a little bit more, just kind of circumstance. It's one of those battles where, we're looking to get the clock running. It's just like stay in bounds, and we would have liked to center it up. The third down call on that, where I tried to go with the RPO, I'm kind of kicking myself, because the clock was more important in that point. But we hit them on it in the red area in the first game. I thought I could slip Nick back there and make something happen, but it just never happened.
Now you get a rematch with Henderson County, who escapes Davis County tonight, 49-42. And so you get the Colonels next week in the land of the Colonels in what will be a dynamite matchup.
Yeah, they got that cannon, so I hope we don't have to hear that. No, we bought another week. We earned another week, and that's all we asked the kids for. And, man, I'm just proud of these cats. And, couldn't be prouder of them. Adversity, whatever it is, they just kept battling, and I appreciate the crowd. I mean, parents only, but man, it got feisty.
Yeah,
it was. I say it time and time again. I feel like a broken record, but it's hard to match the passion and intensity of McCracken County fans, and they bring it night in and night out.
Yeah, and so just proud of everybody. On to Henderson. We get 24 hours. I'll tell you what, with all this, we may give them 25 hours to enjoy it, and then we got to move on. You know what I'm saying?
Thanksgiving football.
Oh, man. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I forgot about it. I mean, this year, you could tell me it's, April Fool's Day, and I wouldn't know any different because it's, it's just kind of all mixing together. But I'm proud of the kids, proud of you all, proud of the media department,
Absolutely.
what they were able to do tonight, and on to Henderson.
Coach, appreciate it. Last but not least.
Won the day.
There you go. The head coach of the Mustangs, Coach Mark Clark. A very excited Coach Mark Clark. His team showed a lot of heart tonight against a very talented Apollo Ball Club. And we'll move on to Henderson County, which we'll talk about in just a little bit. Let's look at the players of the game tonight. Starting first with the offensive player of the game, brought to you by Pizza Inn of Paducah. That's going to go to
26 carries for 206 yards. That's got to go to Hunter Bradley, the senior running back who continues to carry the load. Started slow, and everyone did, and really came on strong in that second half of just a bear.
And so Hunter Bradley, the offensive player of the game, brought to you by Pizza Inn of Paducah. I believe the defensive player of the game, there was up for debate, and several could have won it. I'll let you decide who won it.
I'm going to give this one to Ian McCune because of his not only the tackling he did, the defending of the pass. He had a pick six. That kind of was our first score. What I thought at one point was going to be our only score. And then, of course, his job in the special teams. But our defensive player of the game has got to be Ian McCune.
He has been phenomenal all year. His senior season has been a special one.
Yep.
And will be going down. And you remember this team as a wonderful punter who's filled in a great role there, and wonderful on the defensive side of the football. So Ian McCune, defensive player of the game. Last but not least, the lineman of the game tonight. That will go to?
Well, this one is technically not lineman, but he's played there a lot this season at defensive end, and that's Hunter Vlack, who's the middle inside linebacker who comes down a lot in a four-man front or a five-man front and plays defensive end. And Hunter Vlack had a good game tonight. I think 6 tackles, had a couple big stops. So the senior Hunter Vlack gets the player of the game.
And deservedly so. What a night for Hunter and the defense overall, as he is the lineman of the game here tonight. It's McCracken County and Henderson County. It was the game in which I missed due to quarantine, and it was a game in which the Mustangs did not play well. The Colonels, to their credit, came in, got a win, and the number 1 seed in the district. Now it's a rematch. Henderson County 7-1, McCracken County 5-2. That will probably be one of the best matchups in the state next week.
It will be. You're right.
I was trying to think real quick about the Louisville schools and some of their potential matchups, but it will be hard to beat. It'll be at Henderson. That's always a tough place to play. The Mustangs have had pretty good success there overall in Henderson County, but this is a different Henderson County Colonel bunch that can beat you in multiple ways.
Yep. Yeah, their offense is just so it's not complicated as much as it's just so a well-oiled machine. The offense does such a good job of really hiding the ball real well. It's been a long time since I've seen a team execute offensively the way they do in terms of their play fakes and all that sort of thing. If I remember right, we had a hard time finding out who had the